Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
As I always said, Earth is a nursery where it creates that seed, that bulb, and it takes you buy it, and then you plant it, you water it, and then it gives you that flower. I was in Amsterdam this few days for work of the Keshe Foundation, and I love Amsterdam because it doesn't matter, whenever you pass through the airport, they have tulips. And people from all over the world going through Amsterdam buy these onions or the tulips to take it to their nation, or to their country, or to their home, doesn't matter. And Earth is that flower shop. Is that nursery where the flower shop gets its flowers and its onions. It's the seed, where it plants the seed of the soul of the man, which needs that little ignition to start a cycle. As I said in the past, to get to feel the strength to come together in a space takes billions of years, and especially for them to become a plasma, where now the soul of the man, through the life of the man, 50, 60, 100 years on this planet, creates that seed. Now you just need to let it loose, and then those fields in the universe which were coming to become the seed of the something to start, already have the onions, or what we call the seed of the soul, for it to grow. If you go to Scotland, they do what we call shrimp sit, 1 day shrimp or 3 day shrimp. The people who are in the shrimp world, they go to Scotland and they buy 1 day old shrimp, and they take it to Africa, and then they let it grow. Where in Africa, for them to grow that, there is no facilities. So it's the same. The universe has the earth as the seed for that to be faster to create the next generation. You have to understand the light of, the knowledge of, the essence of the creation of the Creator is so fast, and is so vast in its vastness that it needs it to find a point of control, amalgamation and creation. And The soul of man is that greenhouse. Sometimes when I hear the scientists talk about the greenhouse effect and the earth is getting hotter or whatever, I laugh. I said, God created this greenhouse to create the soul of the man. What the hell are these people talking about? So this is why when you build a greenhouse, when you put your flowers and the plants in it, you go and check to see how beautiful they are, how they are growing. If there is any infection, if there is any diseases, you correct it. And this greenhouse called Earth gets serviced by the Creator to see what it needs to be done, how it needs to be corrected, how you get the disease of killing and everything else out of the man. And then he sends what we call the gardeners, the teachers, to polish it, to perfect it, that goes out as a perfect seed. And that's our job. So the earth is that nursery. And the Creator loves this nursery because it was created by Mitra. And is looked after by his love and needed to be corrected and be perfected. Now reaches that point which reflects his true essence of love. When you buy a flower from a florist, you will feed two things. If he sells you a flower he bought from a market, a plant, he just gives it to you. But if it's a plant which he grew and he sells it to you, he gives you love, information, and love about that because it's part of him. So it's the same with the man. The soul created on this planet is done, touched by the love of Mitra, and God has handed it. And he has to be perfect. So when it goes out in the universe, it becomes a perfect tulips. The one lip of Creator and one lip of Mitra. When they kiss, it creates a new life.
And welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 28th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every one of the participants or the guests that are here today. This is a roundtable meeting. We're all equal. We're all sharing knowledge. Again, what we're trying to understand about this very vast amount of knowledge that the Keshe Foundation, Mr. Keshe, is trying to impart to not only us, but all the entities on this planet. Even though we don't speak perhaps the language of the birds, or maybe we do, or the animals or the others, plasmatically we can transfer this knowledge to them, that they're allowed to elevate and to mature and to get the killing out of the soul of every entity. This seems to be a very important aspect, and this is what Mr. Keshe stressed as one of the points in the 535th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, which we'll be covering today. If the energies that come in from the universe can replicate the cells or rebuild the kidney or tissue that's been damaged or just needs a standard repair, the soul of the man can also feed the physicality of the man using those same energies, and also can do the transmutation, which we're just learning about, and it seems like we have to learn quite a bit more. But again, we have systems that are being developed to help us along the path. As he said, if you're not so physical, you don't need the systems. But I think most of us are pretty much entangled somehow, more or less, within this physicality and these systems of wellness, remote feeding, vertical systems, creating the plasmatic CH4 gas, the cosmic ray material, all are soul elevators in so many ways. Even the least expensive product in the store of the Keshe Foundation, which are the butterflies, and we've seen those are soul elevators. And of course, we missed it, as we missed many things. We thought they were for capturing fields on the computer, which they do, but there's a process of soul elevation that takes place, not only through the butterfly, but through each and every system or product that you're going to see in the Keshe Foundation store. And soon the amount of products is going to grow into the thousands and tens of thousands and perhaps 30,000 different products. And of course, as we use this technology, it will become more and more accepted, let's say on the man on the street level. Of course, Mr. Keshe is working on the upper levels of this planet with the world leaders and others to bring this technology into the marketplace. As I said, I think the systems are more or less built for feeding. We saw the tests in Gaza, very successful, as it was explained to us. We saw the CH4 for the energy, the wellness, and of course now the understanding of the space travel, which a lot of the space travel has to do with you, although he said we're like a driving school. We're providing the automobile. It's up to you to learn how to apply the brake and steer the wheel and all the rest of the things you have to do in turning and putting your blinker on it wherever you have to go. And again, it's up to you to find that connection within yourself. As he said, it can be taught about, but for it to really, for you to find it, it has to be, in a way, so many ways, up to you to get to that point of learning how to play with emotions and learning how to absorb fields and give fields. And as we gain more knowledge, I think we'll see a lot of the things we're doing, like creating the Dome of Peace or giving to world leaders, is all part of you becoming a man of the universe, as well as a man in the physicality. It was just amazing that he said you can create thousands of different locations with a different physicality and a different life, and seem to be at the same time existing in this dimension of life. So we're trying to understand our structure, this capability, and we know the creator sits really at the center of all of it, because it's actually the creator who's manifesting. We may be adding a little bits of this and that, but this is the idea of gaining eternal existence. If the creator is within you, you already have that external and immortal existence, let's say. But of course, it looks like going out into space there is room for error, and Mr. Keshe prefers that we go into space in the educated way and not run into certain fields or certain field strengths that we can't handle. So there's a lot of preparation work to do. But before we get into the workshop and the store and the rest of things, we always like to start with the World Peace Treaty, which again, finding peace within yourself, finding peace within your environment, finding peace within your galaxy, your unicos, and the rest of it in so many ways. Just, that wasn't the one I wanted. Okay, let's try here. Okay, so this is our World Peace Treaty. Again, it seems like a rather plain and simple document, but it's quite profound. This is the document that the world leaders will sign as they pledge their nations to peace in exchange for advanced technology. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? You can find this document on the Keshe Foundation website, and you can download it. You can share it with others, and we can see the times we are in now and the times we've been in for the last thousands of years, with, in the last 3,000 years on this planet, 5,000 wars. So we haven't quite reached the point of peace. And it seems today we're back in the same predicament with a number of wars and conflicts taking place. So this is the World Peace Treaty. The peace starts really within yourself. And of course, we see that image of the three wise men. And this is the three wise men spoke about in the holy book of the Bible, that they gave gifts. But these gifts, all the Christians seem to have missed. The gifts are thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. And if you practice this or try to implement this into your life, I think it gives you a much more stronger way to approach the World Peace Treaty. In other words, if you're not thinking bad about anyone or anything, you're not talking bad about anyone or anything, and you're not doing bad things for the most part, or wrong things, it's much easier to move into this dimension of peace, because there's really nothing holding you back, because you're thinking good, you're speaking good, and you're acting good as much as possible. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can download it, you can share it, you can sign it, but as some knowledge seekers like to say, you don't even have to sign it with a physical pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. And of course, you can display it as well. If you haven't signed it in the physicality, you can just display it through your work and through your energies, that people will feel and notice that you're different in a way than the others. And what is this difference? Maybe they'll become more inquisitive about this whole process. But again, it's a long and detailed, it seems, process about understanding our own creation and the capabilities. As Mr. Keshe said, we're opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And of course, we're understanding that we not only exist in the physical dimension, but we also exist in the energy dimension. And you say, oh yeah, and I say, yes, we do. And you say, show me, and I say, every night when you go to bed and you have a dream, this is actually the work of the energies, or your center, or your soul interacting with other entities, let's say, in the universe, as you dream about perhaps an old job or boss you used to have, or a location you went to. This is operation in the dimension of energies. Of course, we were fooled by telling us it was a dream. This is a dream, and it's confusing, and you can't understand it. Mr. Keshe is opening up this understanding that we can actually manifest ourselves and move about the universe in a very simple and rapid way through the energies, or the dimension of what we call the soul. In the universe, I think they call it the center, but it's the same sort of energies that keeps us together. And of course, Mr. Keshe mentioned about greenhouses in the workshop as well, that were seeds to create other seeds or other souls, that they continue to provide energies and fields for the universe to continue to develop and evolve and mature. And it's ever expanding. So this is our World Peace Treaty. And I think if you come into this idea of peace, if it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change, no other thing. And I think most of us are looking for peace on the planet, as so many seem to be threatened, or we hear so much warmongering, that this peace treaty becomes more and more important, not only here on this planet, but of course in the universe, where eating and killing other creatures to sustain your entity's energy is not allowed, as I understand it. But there are so many, again, details and caveats about this. As I like to say, I understand 1/1,000,000th of 1/1,000,000th of 1%, if that. But this is the World Peace Treaty. You're all welcome to participate in it, and share it with the others, where people haven't realized that we can move into a permanent, peaceful condition on this planet. And that's not the end of it. That's only the next step into interacting with the universal community, what we call the ones in UFOs, and perhaps others that are from the same creator as you. We just haven't understood the creator and the process of creation. So I'll read this. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, as a body, or as a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position. Again, on behalf of, it's quite self-explanatory. On behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. We think of the Creator as being so far and so distant, but the Creator is in everything you see manifested in the matter state and everything that you see that's in the dimension of energy as well. Apparently, this is just one constant process of the Creator repeatedly showing himself in different trillions of different faces across the universe. We think it's all about us. In a way, it is about us to understand it, but at that seed, at the center, our soul sits on top of and above the soul of the Creator. So this is why we have these connections with one another, with nature, with plants and animals and trees, where some people have developed it. They call them the dog whisperer, or Solomon used to speak to the birds, or even his troops, and so on, remotely, in a way, with a zero-time communication. But these are all the capabilities we all have. It's just a matter of time. Slowly they're being opened up, and slowly we're starting to use them and work with them to gain this aspect of immortality, if you'd like to put it that way. We've been fooled in so many ways about the heaven and hell story, or purgatory and the rest of it, but apparently you're going to create in some sort of position. Mr. Keshe went through that in how the soul is jettisoned off this planet when that separation comes. But in another part of the workshop, he says we don't have to die. We can actually make other avatars, if you want to call it that, but I think they're actually physical realities, and also in different places around the universe. So you have a lot of places to summer homes, let's say, you can create if you fully understand this process. And I did ask Mr. Keshe that one time if we could do that, and he said, no, that's reserved only for the Creator. But now we know, as he explained in this workshop, I made the man in the image of myself. He must have said that 4 or 5 or 6 times, as he has in previous sessions, that we finally get it, that we're actually manifesting the Creator. This body, as he said, is a temple of the Creator. So I think the thinking good, speaking good, and doing good is quite appropriate for a temple of the Creator. But it's something we all have to learn. It's much easier said than done, but we encourage you to practice the world peace within yourself, with your neighbors, with your workplace, with the environment, your city, and then, of course, to extend that into the universal community. Any thoughts or comments at this time? We will hear Mr. Keshe comment on the developments in the Middle East, which he gave an update. I think Dr. Gatwa asked a question. We'll also hear again, Elon Musk and his team were brought up in this workshop, so we'll play a clip from that. But perhaps we're going to start what Mr. Keshe said at about 34 minutes is, if you understand the teaching of the previous 30 minutes, you'll really understand the process of creation in a much deeper way than you have before. So perhaps we can go there now. I'm just going to look for that clip, if I can find it. Okay, that is the text of this one. And now let's see if we can just play a couple of minutes, just this clip. And then we're going to go back. So this in a way is the conclusion of the 30 minutes. And then we'll go back and listen to that 18 or 24 minutes or whatever it is about understanding more about this process, who we are, where we are in the universe, and our development and maturing into this knowledge. As I said, I think Mr. Keshe has handled the matter state quite well. We see cosmic bundles for zero-time communication. We see so many other things. But maybe before I do that, we should actually go to the Keshe Foundation store and just explain that part of these sessions of keeping Keshe free for humanity are the monthly sessions that come up on a third Friday of every month, which they're calling the transmutation preparation sessions, which you can spend a few hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, depending on how long the session goes, mostly in silence, as if you were in space in so many ways. And this is helping developing the structures within the wellness system, and probably many other things Mr. Keshe is not fully divulging. But also by being in these sessions, you may find that you have a different outlook on things, or energies within you, or perhaps the soul has decided to change the dimension within the dimension of physicality, that you see an improvement in an area of your life. So these are just little extra gifts, but mostly this is about developing the systems, the wellness systems that we usually play at the beginning of this program, to become more perfected, that they can reach thousands and tens of thousands and even millions simultaneously. As I said, it appears the wellness systems are in operation. I know the Chinese one is coming out in a hospital there. I'm sure they'll have a store within there, which is also part of this outreach of the technology through the stores that'll probably be on Amazon or Alibaba, or perhaps other places, physical stores as well as virtual stores perhaps. But these wellness systems, they're already in so many ways melting, let's say, the stone of the kidney from thousands of kilometers away, or growing the tooth, as we saw in the video, which we're going to play this at the end. Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. We also heard Mr. Keshe talk about the building of the wall of the heart of a baby, again, from thousands of kilometers away. So these systems are already built and are in place, as I understand it. Yes, they're being perfected, but the reach is so far and so advanced in the knowledge that we carry, it's just almost like night and day. We're seeing feeding being handled by the Keshe Foundation in Gaza. And it's not only feeding, it's water, it's antibiotics, it's emotional balancing as well. Painkillers are being all delivered remotely. So I'd say these systems are pretty much developed, although, as Mr. Keshe said many times, they're just in their infancy. We've seen fibromyalgia being handled, Parkinson's, there's tests going on now. So these systems are definitely developed. Then we come to the vertical units. As he said, they're about to come into the marketplace, perhaps for transmutation, but also for finding a solution for the beautiful people to be able to take a split soul with a number of different personalities and have each and every one of those personalities manifest their own structure of physicality, so there's not so much mayhem within one physicality. In other words, they seem to want to sometimes domineer for a presence or their voice or what they want to do within the man, and this causes a lot of issues. So it'll be a solution for the beautiful people, but of course, as we know, it's going to create other problems for the men of the clergy, for psychologists, and perhaps for even their own family. I'm sure all the systems are going to create other situations. We saw the energy in Sanya as a gas, CH4, was created out of the field. So again, it's not so much for the matter state burning. Mr. Keshe said he's looking at it as something for space travel. And of course, that was being generated in the flight room that some of the participants entered into. We saw conversion of amino acids in air into food. We saw the cosmic ray material, which is on the website as well. Let's see if we can just scroll up to it. This is again a material. It may have some carbon-14 in it, as he alluded to in this workshop, not this particularly, but using the carbon-14 as a transportation and a communication line as a cosmic ray field or ray. And this is another offering by the Keshe Foundation that you can hold. I think he said they're looking for some very special containers that this is to be kept in, that it doesn't shatter or break. This will be individually labeled. And there's a lot of things that can be done with the cosmic ray material, but it has to be taught. And I don't think anyone that I'm aware of in the Keshe Foundation has taken cosmic rays and then converted them somehow in the matter state. We saw that with the gold amino acid as well. Apparently, there's the amino acids that are in this gold GANs or gold plasma. And if you know how to play, you can actually go through a face of it or a conversion of it into the matter state gold that you would make into a ring. So we're quite far away from the knowledge seekers making any of these sort of advancements in the matter state. But he's saying we can play with the reactors within us, which these reactors will carry with you from now until you make that final separation and to become part of the totality. Of course, if you make a mistake, that may come a little sooner, apparently, if you get tangled up with the wrong energy. So this is one of the reasons we want to go into space educated in the new type of space system, which does not include rockets or burning of fuels, but using the energies of the universe and the energies of the soul of physicality and the energies of the soul of the man through the emotions to create that flight or that reality. So that's just another products there. Of course, we have the research teams in the store, which are going to be set up in China. That's probably happening now, as well as Iran and in Arizona. And you can see that the cost is 25,000 euro per year, and you provide your own lodging and food. And of course, you'll be working at the highest level of understanding of this technology for the research centers, and anything that's developed will remain the intellectual property and property of the Keshe Foundation. But you'll certainly have quite an in-depth guidance by Mr. Keshe, as he'll be visiting these research teams on a regular basis and helping them, as he did with Yusuf, where the team in Iran was struggling with the MagRav system, and Mr. Keshe gave them a couple of pointers. And the next MagRavs that came out were reducing energy in the 90–95% in the household usage, let's say, for the matter state. So there'll be a lot of new things developed. I don't know if any of the products in the store are part of that, but it looks like that may be intertwined with the development of products in the store as well. I know Mr. Keshe talked about 30,000 products. So this website will go from a few hundred products, or maybe 150 now, or whatever the number is, into 1,000, 10,000, and then 30,000 products. Again, made by the Keshe Foundation. I don't know of any knowledge seekers who have put their design or their development into the Keshe Foundation for further research that it could be developed. Although we did see Dean in the plasma reactor group, which happens at 7 a.m. on Wednesday in the public Zoom room, have a couple of MagRevs from the foundation. And of course, the way the foundation makes their MagRevs in their GANs is totally different. But he had this bed with a hemp covering on it, no box spring, but very comfortable. And apparently he's having some interesting experiences with the fields, just laying in that horizontal position within this bed. So you may see some sort of bed being developed within the store as well, or perhaps something you can add on to your existing bed. I thought the Tesla, what Mr. Keshe was mentioning, which we'll cover today, was, again, this is the second or more times he's mentioned Tesla many times because of the battery technology that I think they borrowed early on, but it seems like there's something perhaps going on in the background, and if not with Tesla, perhaps with another one of these electric car companies. And we'll go through a little bit of that in the clip where he talked for about 5 minutes on the problem with the batteries and the fire and all the rest of it. And a couple workshops ago, he said, we'll give the electric car about a 2-year life before it's replaced, hopefully with the what we call the hovering car. And I have a sneaking suspicion that that hovering car will have an option to feed you, perhaps while you're driving in it or hovering in it, let's say. So you ask the family if they want to go out to dinner and they say, no, we're all full. We don't need any Matter State food right now. So this could be something very interesting. I know he explained this before in times past about a husband coming home to the wife and he's already energized or full of energy because he actually absorbed it while he was driving home from work in the car. And this will free up her time and his time to be able to spend more time exploring knowledge, perhaps of the universe or other activities that she doesn't have to slave and cook over the stove for a few hours to make the preparation for whatever he wants. So again, if you're looking for spaghetti and meatballs, you won't actually get the spaghetti and meatballs, but you will get the energy of the spaghetti and meatballs. And this is the understanding we're trying to delineate. There's two operations going on here that we're understanding or trying to understand: the matter state operation, and then the operation in the dimension of energy or the center or the soul. And this is what we use in the creating the dome of peace as well. There's a matter state aspect to it, yes, but now we use the power of the soul to bring it home in so many ways. So I thought we'd just cover a couple of these things. Is there anything anyone else? These are the kind of magrevs that Dean had. I don't know exactly. I know there's a lot of configurations the Keshe Foundation has made, but he had one at the foot, one at the head of the bed. And these were made by the Keshe Foundation, so they're probably a little bit more powerful than the ones that we make. And this is my understanding. Anyone want to cover anything? This is a car magrev, but again, there are other magrevs for other purposes. So this is the store where you'll find some of these products. And again, I'm not sure if this store is going to close and another store will open up in its place. I mean, there may be 1,000 products already ready to go in some warehouse. It's just they haven't launched the website yet. I'm not sure, but certainly it's going to grow into the tens of thousands of products and touch every area of our lives in one way or another, whether it's feeding, whether it's wellness, whether it's energy production or space travel. And I think this cosmic gray material is part, perhaps, of the space travel material. Okay, so now we'll go back to the workshop if we can. And I thought, as I said, we're going to start here and then go back to about 13 minutes and listen to it up to this point, which is around the 34. So we have about a 20-minute clip we're going to play after this. Any thoughts or questions or something someone wants to bring? Very well. This is very short.
Now, if one day, as I always say, the man scientists understand the teaching of past half an hour, they have opened the secret to the world of creation. be it in the physical dimension, be it in the dimension of the what we call physicality of the universe, in the unicos, or even the creator himself. We have to understand, in the long run, we have no choice but to mature to this knowledge, but to open our understanding to this knowledge. And we have no choice. In a way, we are intellected. We reach the point of understanding, and that becomes what we call the second nature of the man.
And as we've heard in other locations, it's your responsibility to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself. Each and every one of us, we're unique creations, but yet we're all similar creations, but only you can open that up in a way. Yes, the systems are there to assist you to open up this knowledge. So let's go back and hear this, what this past half hour of teaching was about. So we're going to go back to about 13 minutes of the workshop. Let me just see where it is, 13:13. Okay, we're going to try to start there if we can. I guess I'm at 13:14, and let's just wind this back and we'll do the same thing, and you can read the transcript as we're covering it. So I think it starts, okay, it might start right here. So let's hear this little clip, and if you understand this 20 minutes, you understand the process of creation. But even if you don't, you're still interacting with the, fully understand it, you're still interacting with the soul of the person that created this workshop, which is Mr. Keshe. The same way if you read a book about Tesla, you're interacting with that soul. So let's see if we can absorb a little bit more knowledge, another layer, another few layers of knowledge onto our existing understanding.
In the intro, we heard about the creation of the central forces, which holds the body of the man together. And in a way, then it becomes a creator where itself was created out of interaction of the fields. We call it the soul of the man. In the structure of the what we call the central energy, now we know, some calculations done by some scientists to tell us that at the point of separation of the physicality and the soul of the man, something like 18 to 20 Hiroshima bomb energy will be released, which in that, what we call propulsion of the separation between the energy of the central body of the man, we call the soul, and the physicality, this soul this time is not get propelled by field forces of the propulsion or jet fuel, but it gets propelled into the space according to the strength of a field which has created inside, which holds within.
So it does sound like you get propelled at that point of separation into your next position. Again, not by rockets or not by burning any fuels, but just by the magnetic fields of the energy that's been released. And of course, the energy in the universe that interacts and finds that position. It already knows that position, but it has to go through, and it does sound like it's a very quick process. As we know, traveling with the magnetic fields, and nothing is faster than this is the way the creator travels with these magnetic fields. So I would imagine you arrive at your point pretty much instantaneously. Now, what you do at that point is what we're trying to understand more and more. Whether you take a dimension of physicality in that location, or you stay in the dimension of energy in that location. But it does seem like he's saying we need to continue to create, as that creates more souls, which the universe needs these energies to continually to be created and then, in a way, become part of the bigger energies of the universe to allow the universe to expand. Again, this is just my simple understanding of what's happening in this process. Or you may be there to have a correction in certain fields or certain places.
But there comes the position to clarify more. Where does it end? Where does this pack of energy, which is not burning fuel anymore, but using the universal magnetic fields through the what we call the carbon-14 and what you call the other magnetic field elements, ends up to? What shape it'll take?
And again, it looks like we have magnetic fields of the universe. We have carbon-14, which we know is a communication and transportation ray in so many ways, and other energies, I think, come into play as well. So it's quite an interesting combination, but we're going to have to take it up. And again, he's just sort of broaching this subject with us, that we start to understand it intellectually, and then we apply it more and more as the deeper we go into it. We continue.
Do all end up in the same place? Or do some end up in a specific position, and would some reach the point that they pass the unicos and become part of the structure of the soul of the creator, which self is created by? In understanding the law of the physics in respect to interaction of the fields of the plasma, according to the strength field of the body of the man, at the point of the release of the central energy, which in a way gets expelled into the space, and according to the field strength of the environment, be it the solar system, be it the earth, be it the galaxy, the universe, or the unicos, that energy will take its own dimension and position. Some will become that dust which rains back on earth, because through gravitational fields and dimension, they in fact get absorbed, attracted, and rain back on earth. They become another dust. This is what we call in the world of religion the hell, the end which become part of nothing. Some become what we call the dust in the solar system. Then, as a point of reference, they become the seed of what we call possible meteorite and asteroids, and maybe the center of the future planetary system in the solar system.
Did you ever think of souls becoming meteorites and asteroids? Or perhaps going even past the unicos to be part of the creator? I mean, these are things I've never really considered, in a way, that
So Mark,
yes.
So question to ponder. So when the energy leaves, when we die, the soul travels on a particular magnetic field. And in that process, depending on the strength field, it could get absorbed and then matches the stone and it fall back as a rain, or it get absorbed in any other planet. But they are still on the same trajectory, magnetic field. So is there, the issue plasma apparently has 3 magnetic fields, the way he drew up. And if we part that goes straight to the main creator, is it possible to reach the creator on one part, or do we have to join the other part? Because I'm assuming it's three magnetic field. Is that correct assumption?
Well, we know no limitations, so yes, you can go directly, as he goes on to state later here, that you can go from being in the womb of the mother right to the creator. Again, I don't know some of these field strengths that what causes this to happen, or for you to rain back down. You know, we see the plasma coming out of the top of the sphere, let's say, and some of those fields turn around and come back in. He's saying that you can either maybe get even trapped here or become dust in another solar system or a dust in a galaxy that could create. So there's many, many possibilities, or go directly to the creator if you're gifted. I think he said gifted this, that you've gained so much or somehow you become part of the creator. Yes. So you can stop along the way, or you may go directly. It seems like the soul, based on the energies that you've accumulated or whatever, has a predetermined future position, but I think we can change that.
Yeah, yes, and that's the thing. If we can change that, how do we change that? Because it seems like we can't control that. If it matches something and then we get absorbed and stay on that dimension.
Mm-hmm.
But how do we get to that target? If I want to get to the creator, what should I do to have my strength field increase to match the creator, not to match anything along my path?
Think good, speak good, and do good, perhaps.
Oh, yeah.
Flawlessly. And if you're not flawless, although he said it would be gifted, maybe we should continue this and hear a little bit more about this dust and where you. But the main point to me is that you already are immortal. That soul is built on top of the soul of the creator, and the creator is just showing himself in different positions and different creations and continuing the process of creation, and you're part of that because you hold the creator within you. So again, it's a mystery, but this mystery is being unraveled, and it's for each one of us to find it. I mean, I'm trying to find it as much as everyone else, I think, but yet to explain it or to do it for someone else seems, in a way, quite a remote possibility until you've actually found this understanding deeper. And I know we can transfer it as well, but it's up to the person, really. Again, the soul has to come to that point of realization that there's more. Well, the soul does know, but it's the soul of physicality that seems to be dragging its feet in this whole process.
Some, due to the strength and the speed and strength of the fields which created that soul, become part of the galaxy. They become the seed for another soul of another structure like Earth, or they become dust of galaxies. All the meteorites and lights we see a material burning on the upper layers of the atmosphere of Earth do not come from the solar system itself. There are cosmosroids, which what we call cosmic rays, cosmic dust, which have penetrated through the solar system all the way and reach on their way to go to the sun, passing the Earth, they release their energy. In a coming time, the scientists, in understanding this, will bring that separation to us. They tell us which of these meteorites, which of these lights we see in the sky burning out is in essence from the solar system, and which one has entered the solar system through what we call our galaxy. And in some rare cases, if you are more on the outer boundary of a galaxy, what you receive from the universe enters into the galaxy, then it crosses the galaxy into the solar systems, and then the solar system can interact with a field of planetary system like Earth and create that meteorite.
Just a question for everyone. Aren't we, as we're in the sort of outer boundaries of this Milky Way galaxy, really on the edge of it, on the outer edge, quite far in so many ways from the center of the black hole that controls this galaxy? So he said when it crosses the galaxy, we're on the edge of this. We're more on the outer boundary. Anyone want to confirm that? Our speck of dust is near the outer boundary of the Milky Way galaxy in our position? Okay.
So what we see above us is not all what is of our solar system. Some is from galaxies and some from universe. There are materials of this in the hand of man. In some of the materials we have collected, we have cosmic objects, but we do not understand it.
Anyone want to explain this? So we have cosmic objects, but we don't understand it. In some of the materials we have collected, we have cosmic objects, but we don't understand it. I don't quite know what he's referring to there. Anyone? No problem.
So that cosmic object could have been created by the soul of the man who left this planetary system millions of years ago. And in having the matching strength, has been attracted and then pulled in to the galaxy and then to the Earth, to the mother point. But when you listen to what we call cosmologists, they tell us that the solar system has hundreds of billions of stars. Planet Earth creates some of those stars, the seed of those stars. Maybe then the seed of some planetary system in them. Maybe some dust in these galaxies and in the solar systems has their origin as in the soul of the man. Then you understand how us as human beings, as we said many times before, we are the seeds of the creation. This is a greenhouse. And this greenhouse is needed to be able to replenish, recollect, divert, divide the fields of the galaxy and the universe and universe back in itself, regeneration of the fields.
So that's what we were trying to play in the beginning, that the Earth is a greenhouse, and you can see that it's needed to be able to replenish, recollect, divide the fields of the galaxy and the universe and Unicos back into itself, a regeneration of the fields. So this process is a continual, again, from energy to matter state back to energy again. And that's why we need more souls to do this process, to create more of this material, as the black hole is doing the same thing. Our soul is a black hole, that the universe can expand, perhaps, in this process of expansion. Or it needs stars in that expansion to solidify it in so many ways. Perhaps. I'm just, again, approximating.
In that process, now we understand in a deeper way how, if we understand the creation of this process, we do not need to die to release the field strength of the soul of the man, for the soul of the man to travel to another point dimension, to create another life and physicality in that place, time, and position.
Would anyone like to explain that? if we understand the creation of this process, we do not need to die to release the field strength of the soul of the man for the soul of the man to travel to another point. He goes on to say you can do this in thousands of places. But again, it seems to be a pretty far out for me to understand it. Maybe we're already doing it and we're not fully aware of it. Anyone?
Well, the only thing I'm thinking of is we know the soul in our dreams, in our sleep, it travels out. And like I was thinking the other day, we collect the energies and bring it back to the soul of physicality and so on. So our soul is able to tap in and help to recollect and do all the things that recycle, I guess is a good word. So our soul is very versatile, it can do many, many things. Although I simply don't understand, it just crossed my mind that it does do a lot of things that we aren't quite aware of yet.
Right. So it says we do not need to die to release the field strength of the soul of the man. Does that mean we won't die? We do not need to die to release the field strength of the soul of the man for the soul to travel to another point, dimension, to create another life and
Yes,
physicality in that place, time, and position.
well, once we learn how to traverse the field of the C, well, I don't know, I don't like to call it C14, but once we learn how to travel, I think we're able to help recycle some of those energies that are traveling around and use them.
Could I have another lover in that position as well as have one here?
Well, you'll have to find that out.
Okay. Let's continue.
Then, if we understand this, how to control which strength, and according to our intelligence, to what strength, to what to match to, we will be able to transmute anywhere in the universe by the wish of the man, by the will of the man.
Now, again, this just seems so powerful that we can transmute to any place just by the will and the wish of the man. But obviously, there's a lot more to it in a way, this kind of dialing into these emotions, the strength of the emotions, the position, and so on. So there's much more to it. But again, he's preparing us to intellectually that we sort of get this understanding, and then when it happens, it may not be so strange to us. Has anyone done that or would like to admit to doing that? Let's see, there is a comment here. Okay, Earth can be found on one of the Milky Way's galaxy's outlying spiral arms, the Orion Cygnus arm, which lies about 2/3 of the way out from the center. Okay, so we're not quite on the edge. We're about 75% away from the center of the galaxy, to be precise. And Earth is sitting at a point roughly halfway from the galactic center to its outer rim. Oh, okay. To reach either, you'd have to travel about 25,000 light years. Okay. But again, this is traveling in the matter state when we talk about these light years. As we know with the magnetic fields, it's instantaneous. Thank you, Randy. I think that was Randy. Yes.
In the world of physicality, when you sit in a car, you have a steering wheel. You turn it left, you turn it right, It turns right or left, decides where you want to go. In the dimension of the soul of the man, in transmutation, we have to learn how to play with the strength of fields of the soul of physicality of the brain of the man. What we call last time as electron. You call it the third eye, and somebody else call it the sixth chakra, and all the names we have created as we never understood for the interaction of the two halves of our brain with each other. Some of us can allow this to be outside. We can create a position to see further than its goal. Some of us, we cannot bring this third eye out to control the strength of it. And when we put you on these headphones, you will go nowhere. Because the strength of the physical structure of the brain of the man, the two halves, holds this dimension within the center. If man learns how to control this through the emotion of the man, and then how to produce it through the skull of the man, or even the brain structure of the man, then we become visionaries. Because now this material, fields, strength, not being in a matter state, but being in a plasma state, interacts with the other fields. It's literally like when you fall asleep and you dream. How to control the position and the strength of this, what we call atom structure of the soul of the man, and the field strength of the soul of the physicality of the brain, then you can travel, you can do everything you need, you can feed the physicality of the man through the same process.
This is what I was talking about, the feeding. If you're absorbing those energies, whether it's directly from the universe or you're putting the food in, and the soul of the man is absorbing those energies and then feeding it through the neural system to the physicality to repair or replenish it on recreating your cells, as I said, or you skin your knee, that has to be repaired. Well, the soul of the man can do the same thing. Again, if we learn how to control this through the emotions, apparently it can feed the physicality without killing. And again, this is another secret. I'm just reading here. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So this is how you can get this killing out of the soul of the man, simply by absorbing energies. It seems like since Friday and since these other sessions we've been going through, my eating, my physicality is telling me I'm still eating the same, which is less, but the soul of the man is telling me that I am eating less. Even though the scale may show a few pounds lighter, I really feel that I'm eating much less than I did before. Or the food that I'm taking in seems to be lasting longer. Could that be a possibility? But it just seems, even my stomach was growling, but I wasn't hungry. So I thought that was kind of, and that day I did eat a couple hours later, but very interesting, some of the things that could be happening, or I'm noticing, let's say, about the transmutation sessions. And again, it's not so much the stopping of the eating to me, it's more of being able to absorb more fields, and that in itself would reduce the eating. So I will try to absorb the fields rather than stop the eating, because if you do absorb the fields, the eating would naturally stop on its own. There wouldn't be a need to eat because you're satisfied. And this will apply to the animals and the fish and the rest of it. But right now, we're just learning how to perhaps control this idea of feeding, the same way the soul absorbs the energies and repairs the cells or whatever other functions it needs to do. It has the ability to take the energies and feed the soul of the man in the same manner.
understanding this, when it comes to the point of transmutation, you want to go to the moon, you strengthen the field of what you call the electron of this atom to the gravitational field forces of the what we call the moon. Then at the same time as you add it up, and automatically is done, adjusted to a given specific field strength of the emotion on a specific point on the moon, you will land on that space in the spot.
Yeah, see, here's where he's saying if you create that specific field strength of the emotion on a specific point on the moon, you will land there. But this is some of the mysteries that we're trying to unravel. How do you create that specific field strength of the emotion? So there's a little intricacies here that we are missing, but this is in concept the way it's done. And I think this is what he's preparing us for. And perhaps through preparing us for this, the soul is taking this in as well and understanding what the soul of physicality is wanting to be done. Perhaps. Anyone else want to make a comment on this? We still have a bit more to go. Yes, please.
I just wanted to say, when we talk about the atom, that means that the soul of man is the proton and the soul of physicality or the emotion is the electron. I'm trying to see that. What you call the electron of this atom. So that means proton and well, it could be a neutron too, to the gravitational field forces. Okay, in this case, the moon.
Right, and he was talking about moving later on, I think, about moving the electron closer to the proton to feed yourself, or moving it farther away to enjoy the fields of the creator. But again, the specific field strength, you have to get it specifically right. It's almost like if you're aiming at something and you're just a little bit off, you're not going to hit the target. So a specific field strength of the emotion on a specific point on the moon, you will land on that space and that spot. Of course, as you master this, it becomes quite simple. But it's getting to that first transmutation. As he said, once we transmute the first man, a lot of these things will start to be opened up or answered. Anyone have any other thoughts on this? Gail, any more you'd like to share?
Yes, I like to share.
Okay.
You have to think about two fields, two protons, two electrons. So when you send out on a trip, let's say on a trip, you're magnetical, but also you're always gravitational too. So the electron is searching for a match in the gravitational field of the moon. Then the moon has to make place for that energy, so it turns back a magnetic field to the origin. And in that way, it's you, because you first intend to go to some place. So it has to level out in the middle between where you are on Earth, and it can be Earth or Earth Moon or Earth Universe. Doesn't matter. You always have a magnetic field and another magnetic field and a gravitational field and a gravitation. It's like when you create motion, it's north-north, south-south, or magnetic to the electron is going out. You make the plasma bigger, that it's on the same level as the gravitational field on the moon. The moon has to make place for the energy, and it sends out energy to the origin. The origin, so it's you. That's like an infinity loop. Just think about it. It's not only the moon, it's also when you want to reach another person, it's the same. Your intent, sending energy to that person or to the moon or to a planet or to whatever.
But Fo, he's talking about manifesting your physicality if you so desire at that same location. Does that mean your physicality here disappears or it's still here and you have another
No, you don't have to
physicality?
manifest. It's not necessary to manifest yourself. If you wanted to manifest yourself, you could do it, but it's not necessary. You're, in a
Okay.
way, you're thinking too much on a matter field, a lower matter field level. If you
Okay.
go in the higher matter, in the higher fields, there's you don't have to.
Right,
If
but
you want
he did say we could manufacture, we could manifest the physicality at the same time. So we could have two physicalities, one here and one on the moon, let's say, in your example.
in a way, it's like mini me.
Okay.
It's not your real physicality, it's a projection of your physicality on the
Okay.
level of the field of the moon. You have
Okay.
to adjust.
Okay. Very good. Anyone else, or do you have any more you'd like to share on that? Obviously, you're trying to approach this in the same way. Fo?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're practicing this or thinking about it, or maybe you're already doing it.
Or doing it.
Mark, can you give us the words above there? It's up a little bit too high. Pull it down a bit. Thank you.
Am I going in the right direction? Oh, yes, there's a slight delay. I was going to say she didn't say anything. I moved the screen. I think there's a 4-second delay to get to you. What did you want to see?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's
Okay. Well, obviously, we have much more capability than we give ourselves credit for. That's for sure. Let's see if we can finish this. Did you want to add anything else? Bo or
Hi,
Gail?
Mark.
Yes. Hello, Claudia.
Hello. I was listening for explain, and I think myself, I do this every day, and I don't
What?
realize that.
What?
Because I am doing these things mainly during the intention, and I put another Claudia to do the intentions when I do another thing.
Wait a minute.
You
Say
know?
this again. You go to the daily intention or to the Wednesday meeting. Yes.
Not all the intentions, but many that I
Okay.
do because I have 2 children and I work a
Yep.
lot, and I put another Claudia. It's not physical, but
Ah,
I put I image of another Claudia doing the intentions with the other persons, and I continue do my things, you know.
excellent.
Uh,
Yes, Mr. Keshe
that's
said that. I know in the preparation sessions that your physicality could be doing something else because it's not involved in this process.
mhm.
You could be
I
mountain
only to say
climbing,
that.
you could be making dinner or helping your kids do their homework. The physicality is not involved in this. He said, as long as you stay quiet, it's just on the energy dimension. But if we back up, we can see where he said you can produce a physicality in another location as well. I'm wondering, can you have two physicalities? Or as Fo
Yeah,
said,
because
it's
I
just,
see the image, you know.
okay, okay. You've created that within the two halves of the brain and you're holding that somehow,
Mhm.
perhaps. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. You can do that. We do that when we daydream for sure. You could be working on your job, maybe it's an assembly line or whatever, and when you're waiting for the next part to roll down the assembly line, all of a sudden you, for 10 seconds or 15 seconds, you have a very crisp memory of something or place you went or experience you had, and you sort of relive it in a way in the dimension of energy. And it's real. And then you say, oh, that part is here. I better get to work on it. And you come right back. So let's
That's your steering wheel. That's the way through the interaction of the emotion. Desire to travel, which creates another dimension of emotion. You dictate your own transmutation. And when this cannot be reached, this is what I always say. We have your knowledge seekers using the headphones, and some of us always said in another teaching, we give the whole system to a knowledge seeker, give him the whole night and the next day, and he can't go anywhere. It's because the emotion feel the strength of that atom, which the controlling part of it is the electron, which is the interaction between the two parts of the soul of physicality of the brain of the man, cannot expand beyond. So there is no interaction with this environment to decide where to go, to decide what you want. And some of your knowledge seekers, because you're so emotional, you understand the emotion of the physicality, not the emotion that we see. We talk to the lady, and the minute you say something, she's emotional. Get the handkerchief out. Not that emotion. We're talking about emotion of the control of the fields of the body of the man in the dimension of the soul. Then you understand how to control. If you understood this, you can reverse this in the same process, that as the soul of the man interacts with this electron to bring it within the inner physical structure of the physicality of the brain of the man, you dictate what energies you absorb from the environment, from the universe, that being close on top of the neural system, on top of the spinal cord, feeds through the neural system energy control that it feeds the body of. If you look at the.
Has anyone been practicing any of this with this neural system, the way you can feed the body of the man? So again, he's explaining how you feed yourself in this dimension, but it's actually feeding the physicality of the man.
Interesting, the emotion is, imagine how you feel when you're driving a car. So in a way, we have to have that kind of emotion, how we're going to turn. It's like directing in a way. I'll have to rethink that.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure your soul knows it already. It's just not sharing it with the physicality in so many ways. It doesn't always communicate. It has its own life. It's a secret life in a way, but now we're opening this up in a way that we do understand some of the secrets of the soul of the man, which has its own life, and it doesn't need the physicality to exist. But why it doesn't openly share more is a mystery to me as well. Maybe the two souls are not lined up, or there's a technique in a way of creating this interaction of the electron between the two halves of the brain, which is really one emotion, as he said later on. So it's it's quite a mystery, but he's laying out sort of the ground rules or some of the understanding that we need to have to do this. But it's definitely doable. Anyone else? Thank you for your contribution.
Structure of the neural system of the body of the man. And the blood flow structure of the body of the man, which brings that oxygen to the structure of the body of the man, the dimension of physicality, you will see they match. Now you understand that the structure of your neural system, which is the dimension of the interaction of the fields of the soul of the man, through the interaction of the dimension of the physicality of the man, which comes through the blood of the man, create the dimension of the physicality of the man, where the interaction of the soul and the interaction of the soul of physicality of the man with their environment and the dimension of the fields of the soul leads to the creation of physicality of the man. So your neural system and your blood circulation system are part of the interaction, the reason you exist in this dimension. If you cut one, the other one can still convey the message through, to convert, to build. And if you understand this, now it makes clear that how I can regrow the amputated leg. The system, the structure behind the production of the whole structure of the leg of the man does not come by magic. It comes through the soul of the man, through the neural system, what you call the neural pulses. Part of the information going through the neural system of the man is to do with the physical information, and the other part is the soul information, energy of the universe, combination of the extraction of the fields, which leads to the feet of the man. At that point, your neural system becomes the provider of the energy for production of the cells, the bone, the nerves, and the tissues, and the rest. If neural system can feed the body to reproduce, to replace what's amputated, now you understand the same neural system, the same connection to the soul of the man, the same connection to the atomic structure of the soul and the soul of physicality of the brain of the man can feed the physicality of the man that the man does not need to kill.
So apparently you have it totally within your structure if you learn how to use it, that you can feed your physicality through the soul by absorbing energies. But why aren't many of us doing this? This is my question. Because it's not fully understood. We have doubts that it can be done. We don't trust ourselves. We have fear that we won't have another piece of bread.
We put the food in the mouth of the man to create the weaker structure to pull the fields. But we bring that energy through the soul, through the neural system, that the interaction of what the physicality pulls with the energy of the soul of the man leads to creation of the physicality of the man in interaction with his environment. If you understand this, then you understand you only need to keep that structure within the soul, within the brain of the man, that you don't even need the brain of the man. So man can create controlling position, controlling system anywhere in the universe by understanding the structure of the release and interaction of the fields of the center point we call the neutron and the what we call the electron, solar physicality of the physical structure of the man. If man understand this, then you understand how we even bring people out of coma and how we let the paralysis to heal. How we build, we reconstruct the structure of the neurosystem of the man. Now you understand that you need to understand the basic of the structure. And if you follow it, it comes back to the same circle, to the same structure. But you got to understand, billions of souls are floating within the structure of this universe. And they give and they receive. And man can, in a way, become the receiver of those who are at the strength field of the comprehension, understanding, maturity of the soul. In the future, man will understand. When
Okay, so in the future, man will understand. Maybe some understand now, but more and more of us are reaching that level of understanding, even though it may seem far away. We're being, in a way, walked into it, so to speak. And as he said later on, we have no choice, or earlier on, to understand this knowledge for ourselves. It's you who are going to be doing all this work. You're not going to have your husband, your wife, your child, in a way, to guide you if you haven't learned it yourself. This is what he said in the last workshop. We continue for another minute or two.
this spirituality reaches a point that the soul of the man can connect to as many as the fields of the universe, is when the man will be able, as was born from the womb of the mother to this earth, and from separation of this earth into what we call the cosmos, become at that point the passenger of unicos. And if that elevation of the understanding of the work of the universe is gifted to the soul, then it becomes part of the soul of the Creator.
So there is one of your answers, Ike. And if that elevation of the understanding of the work of the universe is gifted to the soul, then it becomes part of the soul of the Creator. But in other instances, he said we're already part of the soul of the Creator.
This maturity can be in the structure of the infant. It can be achieved within the womb of the mother, or not even at the age of 100 in a physical dimension. Has no position and time, but has a strength field of the creation. And you touch that. If you achieve, if you become mature enough and feel the strength of understanding of the creation, you do not need no languages, and you do not need to serve, to give, to get, to receive, to elevate. But you are elevated in understanding the world of creation in the womb of the mother. Does not need a physical birth. Then you understand how the children of Mitra will, and most probably never need, to touch the dimension of the physical birth. And then we understand, in a coming time, as this process understood more, how those who love to create the children of the universe will become part of that process.
Okay, so if you understood the last 30 minutes, you've understood quite a bit. But as he said, we're coming into, in a coming time, as this process is understood more, we'll understand more. And now let's just finish the first part we started off with, and it starts with now, right here.
Now, if one day, as I always say, the man scientists understand the teaching of past half an hour, they have opened the secret to the world of creation. be it in the physical dimension, be it in the dimension of the what we call physicality of the universe, in the unicos, or even the creator himself. We have to understand, in the long run, we have no choice but to mature to this knowledge, but to open our understanding to this knowledge. And we have no choice. In a way, we are intellected. We reach the point of understanding, and that becomes what we call the second nature of the man.
Okay, and then he goes on to state, in tomorrow's session, we push some of you to reach that point, or at least feel that point, or try to understand the position of that point, where you will be able to control part of the emotional feeling of the what we call that third point, that electron. So we're really being exposed to quite deep knowledge that I don't think you'll find anywhere else. They may have aspects of it, but they don't understand the full working of it. We know there's many gurus, there's many people talking about this sort of science in a way, but I don't think they have such a depth of knowledge as Mr. Keshe is walking around with. Although we're not arrogant to say we have everything, as he says, we're open to all knowledges. Anyone want to make any comments on all this while I scroll to the next position, which will be about Tesla? This may be a little bit easier to grasp, although I think your soul understands what is being taught here. It's just the soul of physicality is in a way, the resistor of it. So if we're going to go to 216, I think, with Elon Musk, and as I said, Mr. Keshe has been talking quite a bit about Musk and his team, how they listen to most of these workshops. They're looking for ways to commercialize, to understand more of this technology. And of course, Mr. Keshe said they'll offer something perhaps for the Tesla company. I just don't think he's going to get into the car business, but he's going to license a system that will make the cars cheaper, more efficient, to fly without fuel, perhaps feed you, and definitely hover. And of course, not killing another soul, as he's often said. That car will not do that, this hovering car, because it has a soul as well. So if we go here, we're just going to bring it to about 216 about this question. And I think this will make a tremendous splash worldwide. But I think there's more than this being set up in a way. As we heard, the vertical units are ready to come into the marketplace. They're on the verge of bringing many things into the marketplace. So let's go to this question about Musk, if we can. Okay, here we go.
Yep.
Let's see, we just got a couple more lined up here. From 777 Paulina, who says, thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thank you, Rick. Recently, Elon Musk stated that the next generation of Tesla cars will be a lot cheaper. Is this the plasma reactors being part of this development?
I don't know. We put an offer for $1 for Elon Musk. We will offer the $1 for the whole of Tesla cars. Most probably it'll be. It's very serious.
Okay, so right there, he said it's very serious. Now, he's mentioned this before, that car is ready to be stripped. We see the stock of this company plummeting. Some people think it's reached a bottom. It may not have been, but Mr. Keshe said a few workshops ago, but these electric cars have about a 2-year life left to them before they're going to move into a different sort of structure. And he goes on to explain about the batteries and the recycling and more and more of this. So this is a question we can all plainly understand, but this would make a huge, huge splash for the foundation worldwide. I mean, I think it would get everyone to be interested, that they couldn't even believe that a car could hover above, even if it's only a few centimeters above the earth. And of course, this will be applied to the shipping as well, where we won't see the ships so much in the water and not have to worry about them sinking either, because this will be the kind of technology that'll move these large cargo ships, I believe. Again, magnetic gravitational positioning, most likely in the matter state.
Our cooperation and with what we call which we're moving on with, is delivery of the cars without batteries. And the technology is, what do you call it, will be delivered. We try to show this in Iran. I'm planning a few breakthrough technologies to be shown in Iran, and this will be part of it, putting an end to what we call electric cars.
So you want to make a hovering car, it's already going to be shown, hopefully. And some other breakthrough technologies will be shown in the conference in Iran, which is still, as I understand it, in the negotiation process. Nothing firm has been set. He said it's not as easy as going to China. As we can see, the nation is under attack in a way. So this is not something that's so easy as getting into certain countries or certain positions. This is going to take some work to develop whatever needs to be developed to put this conference together. But hopefully near the end of this year, we will see an Isfahan conference. And as he said, he's going to show a few breakthrough technologies. The car may be one of them.
It's huge. You've got to understand the implication of the, as I said a few weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago, just to make the batteries. The biggest problem will come, they're forcing electric cars, and the problem will come once we switch, there will not be enough supply to supply the batteries. There's not material enough to do. They're pushing it, the reserves have been calculated, we can do so many. Then they go for recycling. But the biggest problem we've seen on the streets of London and in England, the rest of the world is keeping it very, very quiet, is that a number of electric cars are burning down. In the British policy, fire brigade has become that when there used to be a fire with a petrol car, you've seen them, they come and they put water and everything. The policy, with the new British policy regarding electric cars is let it burn where it is. But it has risen another concern, that the toxics produced by burning of these cars on the streets of London and England creates a huge health hazard, which they do not know how many cancer agents were released or has been released by it. The British press were very open about this till a few weeks ago. When one of these electric cars burned somewhere, they went on and they showed fire brigade doesn't even go near it. They just stand off, keep people as far distance as they can, till the battery burns out. And they have found a bigger problem now. Insurance companies in England are facing it, is that the penetration of the chemicals after the burn on the streets of England is deep in. And now they're not asking anymore for, you had a claim to change the asphalt. The insurance companies are now facing in England for a full in-depth repair of the street, till the point which the chemicals are removed. These are not pushed into the front, but now is part of the problems we see, for example, with these electric cars. And secondly, is the supply of And now we hear they're going to be very cheaper. You have to understand, as we said last week, who's behind these things. Musk is tracking Keshe Foundation step by step. And becoming cheaper is not just the batteries, they are testing the same thing. As I said earlier on, Americans now come up with this paralyzing electronics, computers, and the rest. Americans are heavily studying Keshe Foundation technologies step by step.
So you can see, as we discussed earlier in another place, that the American government is quite involved. As Mr. Keshe said, Iran and the United States are in the background. There's some collaboration going on at very high levels to release an aspect of this technology that the Americans are looking for. So we have that, and we also have the Musk Tesla company looking to create something. They're watching every workshop. Apparently, the scientific team is involved with this work as well. So they're watching it as well. And then we hear, as he said last week, with this Salvatore gentleman who's a scientist who is bringing this star formation in a way that supposedly he patented into the Defense Department, or Lockheed and others, getting them to try and build a reactor. So at the highest levels of the government, they are interested in this technology. But again, if they're going to make a craft, a triangular craft, this is still matter state in the world of science as we understand it. This is not the way of flying without fuel and without wing. Well, it's gravitational positioning. Again, matter state. He went through this with the UFOs. We're very enamored with them, but they're still basically using magnetical gravitational positioning to move the craft. And this is purely matter state, even though they're far advanced than we are. But so the Defense Department should be looking, or the NASA, which is part of the Defense Department, should be looking into the new type of space travel, which will take us across the unicos rather than just the magnetic positioning, which again is probably very slow compared to the magnetic fields. And then, of course, all the problems with the shielding and the loss of life operating in the universe in the matter state.
Musk released the Keshe Foundation maggraph system in a small system. We saw it, but it became failure. It didn't pick up. When he starts working correct with Keshe Foundation, he will see the development of some of the technologies working with. And as I said, very soon be offered $1 for Tesla cars, just for the name of the most beautiful man on this planet as a scientist, to keep his respect. And you will see it. We have
so as he said there, when Tesla starts working correctly, or Elon Musk starts working correctly with the Keshe Foundation, yeah, when he starts working correct with Keshe Foundation, he will see the development of some of the technologies he's working with. So another message to Elon Musk and the Tesla company.
There's a history in 1980s. Americans got involved in titanium, and the price of the titanium went to the sky. And a lot of people went to buy in titanium that they make a lot of money. And then a collaboration between the Americans and the Russians released thousands of tons into the market, and the market overnight collapsed, and all the people who were hoping to become rich with titanium went bankrupt. They lost everything they had. Electric cars are up that way, but you will see the emergence of the new plasma cars with Keshe Foundation collaborators very soon.
So another confirmation that some car company is picking this up. If most likely it is Musk, but we're not exactly sure. But you will see the emergence of the new plasma cars with Keshe Foundation collaborators very soon. As I said, Mr. Keshe indicated that the life of the electric cars is about 2 years. And he'll give some advice on car buying here.
And Tesla cars won't worth more than $1. You'll have a problem to get rid of the batteries which these cars carry to be able to put the plasma systems in them. That's how bad it is. It's better not to buy and to pay for the change than buy a system which is already converted. We show this system in Iran. For sure, part of the Iran exhibition will be what you call the plasma car systems. And on top of it's part of the same technology with the flight system. So you can do, but those of you who are very enthusiastic about electric cars, you've got to understand very soon you have to pay a lot of money to get them out of your cars. And the other thing is, these have a cycle life. The car with the battery will go to the dumps. That because you will not be able to buy the batteries if we carry on the same way. The production is not there. The raw material for them does not exist economically, and figure-wise, we know the production of the raw material, and the raw material will not match. If you're buying an electric car, my advice to you is please keep your old car in the garage because they'll do better than the electric cars. Any other question?
Okay, so if you're in the market for another car, you may want to hold off as long as you can. 2 years goes by rather quickly, but it does sound like it's even more imminent than that. I don't think we're going to wait 2 years. So Musk is watching. The foundation is ready to move in this direction with the hovering cars, and I think, again, it will make a huge splash worldwide. But I think there'll be more than the car coming out. Maybe not, but more and more things will get exposed perhaps through this car. And then they'll talk about, well, we have a system for wellness. Yes, we have a system for energy. We have a system for space travel. We have a system for agricultural production. And this will all sort of key off, in a way, the release of this beautiful technology that we can all enjoy. And it's, in a way, non-polluting and beneficial to the planet as well as to the inhabitants, and shows us this new science, the new ethos and the new language that's coming up. So that was that clip. I thought we would, any questions? I don't know where the stock is going, but someone said it has been dropping quite precipitously over the recent period. So certain people said it's reached its bottom, but as Mr. Keshe said, we'll give $1 for it. Maybe they'll be in a position to accept it. I'm not sure. But obviously, this whole electric car business is on the way out, even though they're still promoting it and they're still pushing it. There's not even enough raw materials to make the batteries, never mind the electrical generation that you would need. As I understand it, if everyone had an electric car, there wouldn't be enough energy to light your home at current production rates. Your car would work fine, but you'd have to go in there to read a book, perhaps. There's not enough power available. So this is what I think will bring a huge change on this planet, that everyone is enamored with cars. They like cars. They feel safe in cars, even though they're quite dangerous. This new car, I mean, it still will be until all the other cars are taken off the road. There'll still be some accidents, but this car will be involved in very few, if any, sort of collisions or crashes or accidents and the rest of it. And there'll probably be some features like emotional balancing or feeding, perhaps. That could be an option in some of these cars, where if you're feeling a little off, you can become more balanced, or if you're hungry, you don't have to stop at the deli or at the McDonald's, you can just press the button for feeding. And all of a sudden, as an option, you'll pay more for that option, I'm sure. Or maybe you'll have to put some headphones on. I don't know. And you will be fed plasmatically. And of course, that's just to ingrain this process within you, that you can do it on your own. But we'll see how that works. Now, the Brazil team has keeps improving their website. So I thought I'd just play a quick clip. The Brazil website is in English, so you can access this. It may be better organized than the actual Keshe Foundation, or easier to use, I should say, where things are sort of laid out in a more concise manner, even though everything's within the Keshe Foundation website. Sometimes things are hard to find. The Brazilians have set up a beautiful website, a YouTube channel, an Instagram channel, and the rest. So let's allow Raphael. Again, this is nothing you have to pay for. You just go on the Keshe Brazil, I believe.com, and you can access the entire website, and he'll explain. You just switch it from Portuguese to English. And I think we thank the Brazilians, because the Italian team, language community, is going to be probably replicating this website or aspects of this website in Italian, and that will lead to a German website and perhaps Dutch and other languages, Chinese. So the Brazilians have done a beautiful job. Let's let Raphael explain a little bit more and the availability of this website for you.
Okay, obrigado, Pamela. So now I would like to make this presentation in English language for all of you. So we would like to share for all of you here where you can find all the materials for you to study the plasma technology. So basically everything is in our website here. This website that was created by the Brazilian community, and also in the YouTube channels of the Keshe Foundation. So let's show you how to explore the website and the YouTube channel. And also we'd like to take the opportunity to introduce to you the Instagram of the Keshe Foundation Brazil also, okay? But first of all, we will start with the website. So here we have the website of the Keshe Foundation Brazil in English. So one important thing, if you just put if you just write keshebrazil.com, that's our website, the website will show it in Portuguese language. So once the website is in Portuguese language, pode voltar uma tela, Cristiano, só para mostrar. So here, well, if you put just keshebrazil.com, it will be like this, all in Portuguese. But then you'll see a big button here on top that's written, click here for the English version of the website. So once you click there, the whole website will turn into English. So you just do this if you see the website in Portuguese language. So once we are here in the website, we have a lot of materials here organized by the knowledge seekers. And the main ones that we'd like to call your attention are our summaries that is done by a knowledge seeker here from our community. And it's very well organized here on our website and also help us a lot. I think we always say that these summaries and quick index are the structure, the foundation for the Brazilian community to grow more and more, for more people have access to this knowledge of Mr. Keshe. So this here you can find very easily these materials. So for you to find these materials, you just go in this big button here that Christian is showing in your screen that is written easy to read summaries, quick index, and more. And once you click here, you'll be able to find all the materials written in text. So that you have here the transcripts of the workshops, you have here the quick indexes, you have the introduction for the workshops. So you have everything very well organized. So you can just click here in one of these and tenta clicar em aí, Cristiano, por favor, só para mostrar como é que é a organização do Quick Index, se puder o índice rápido. So I'm going to ask you, Cristiano, here to click on the Quick Index. Here it's written Quick Index, easy to read summary. So you click on See More. Once you click here, you see here all the list with all the knowledge seeker workshop that was done in English language. So here, if you click on the file, if you go here, click here to read the quick index, you'll be able to open this, the quick index that we read tonight. So here we find the top key index, introduction for the knowledge seeker workshop, also in the quick index, and also the English transcription of this workshop is also in this file. So this is the complete file of the knowledge seeker workshops, okay? So also you have the option here in this page, pode botar naquela página de novo, Cristiano, onde você estava lá mesmo, isso. So here in this page, you have also the option to, right in the beginning of the page, you'll find more information about the weekly broadcast and also, oh, sorry, I was my mistake. I was on another page here. Pode voltar lá, Cristiano. Foi erro meu aqui. Obrigado. Sorry, so let's continue here. So here in the top, above this button of where you can find the quick indexes and all the materials and text for you to study, you can find also here all how you can participate in the Keshe Foundation. So you have here the Thursday Knowledge Seeker Workshop, Friday Brazilian Teaching that we have every Friday here. So the daily intention, open discussion, and also in red here is for the test, for the flight tests. So if you click here, we have all the information also about the monthly flight tests of the Keshe Foundation. Okay, so so going forward with our presentation here, if you go scroll down, and you'll be able to find here about like a place where you can find an introduction about the Keshe Foundation. So we have so here, of course, you'll learn about what the foundation is about and what's the mission of the Keshe Foundation and our work also around the world. And if you are starting now with the technology, we recommend that you start your studies in the Keshe Foundation teachings that's below this introduction. And if you click on the basic teachings here, okay, so here, if you are starting now, if you click on the basic teachings, you will find these teachings these are called Easy Learning Plasma Science. So this is a very good way for you to start, and then you can go to the other studies of the Keshe Foundation. Ok, pode voltar, por favor, Cristiano. Yeah, so also we have this place here that's how to use the plasma technology. Descendo, pode descer, por favor. If you scroll down. And here you'll find how you can use the technology on health, on agriculture, and energy. And also below that, we have some subjects specifically about world issues and also testimonies from knowledge seekers using the technology. And finally, below here, pode voltar lá, Cristiano, por favor. And below you can find some, pode descer mais. So here you find some topic of interest. So if you want to see particularly about the Peng, about the Cup of Life, about the Nano, about GANs, so just click here and you'll be able to find all this information. Okay, so now let's see the YouTube channel of the Keshe Foundation Brazil. It's another channel organized by knowledge seekers from the Brazilian community, and here you'll be able to find all the teachings, Friday teachings that we do here of the Keshe Foundation Brazil, and also the Thursday teaching with Mr. Keshe, but all, of course, in Portuguese language. But the Friday teachings we have in Portuguese and English language, as we always do, like this here. So we can go now on the website of the Keshe Foundation International. That's the official website, official channel on YouTube of Keshe Foundation. That's the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute channel. And here on the playlist, you can find the weekly teachings of the Knowledge Seeker Workshop with Mr. Keshe. And if you scroll down, and you'll be able to find all the public teachings together here. Where it is. Here it is, okay. And here you have all the Knowledge Seeker Workshop organized, okay. And finally, we'd like to show to you our Instagram. So if you do not follow us on Instagram, you can follow us there and share with more people. So we have many contents here, and We have knowledge seeker working in the background to organize all this material from Instagram. And we have some excerpts of the introductions of the knowledge seeker workshop always posted here in our Instagram, and also more things that for you to know more about the Keshe Foundation and mainly about the work that we do here in our Brazilian community. Okay, it's a good way for you to share the knowledge. Okay, here, so we have the announcement of our next conference that will happen. So as we said in the last week teaching, so we always post here to update everybody. So special thanks for the knowledge seeker who is in the background, always helping and doing this work to organize this Instagram, and everybody who do this. So as we always say, everything that is done here in our community is done by volunteers. So we are always very thankful for the work. They work 24 hours, almost 24 hours per day here, helping the Telegram group, organizing Instagram, organizing our website. So it's really amazing the work that the knowledge seekers are doing here in our Brazilian community for some years already. So thank you very much for your work. So this is our Instagram, once again. And that's it. These are our main channels of the Keshe Foundation Brazil. And I hope you can also not just enjoy these channels, but also share with everybody where people can find these channels and also these informations. Thank you very much, everybody.
Well, thank you, Rafael, and thank you to the team in Brazil that's constantly working on this website, putting all the information. And I don't think they would mind if you replicated their website in your language community. I haven't checked with them, but again, it's just getting out the knowledge, and they've organized it so beautifully. I don't think for someone with in-depth computer skills, you could put it into the Zulu language, Gail. That's one of the languages you refer to. You may need to work with someone in Zulu to invent some new words that may not be in that language community. But whether you're in Russia or French, wherever you are, I don't think they would mind you replicating their website in your own language, but I haven't verified that. But Claudia, do you think the Brazil team would take offense if someone replicated their website with everything on there?
Hi, Mark. I need to ask Rafael
Okay.
first.
Okay. Very good. Very good. But
And I sent to you.
it would give you some starting point at least to do some replication of a website that's already been functioning and put together, even though it says it's still under construction. In a way, we're all maturing into the knowledge, and it'll grow and become more precise, and many different subjects will be added to it, I'm sure.
Yes, of course. I think Hannah is the mainly person that's doing this website, and Rafael, and I can ask him.
Right, because starting from scratch, it took quite a lot of work to build this up, and so I think it would be shared rather freely. Of course, I don't know that. You're going to check on that, but it would seem if you're, again, in wherever you are, you may want to create a website for your language community, because it's our responsibility as an individual to investigate and understand this knowledge for ourselves. And if it's not in your language, it's a little bit hard to do if it's only in English and you're not speaking English. But they've put together a beautiful package here that I think can be replicated if allowed. So thank you to the Brazilian language community for all your work. And now, of course, we're going to go to the Dome of Peace, which is something that has two parts to it. One is for again, dividing the work into the physicality, something for the physicality to do, and something for the energy part of our creation to do. So first, we'll start in a way with the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is releasing Gans waters. The waters seem to know where to go and what to do. This is the water above the GANs that if you have a gallon jug and you allow the GANs to settle to the bottom, you have some very clear water after 10 or 12 or 24 hours in that container. And you would tap off the top third or 1/2 of the water and use it for releasing into the environment, to the fountains, to the rivers, to the stream, your own home, your town, your neighborhood, your street, whatever you'd like to release these waters. Again, they know where to go and they know what to do, which sounds, again, quite preposterous in a way, that a water could have an intelligence, or the fields that the water carries has an intelligence, and seeks to find balance in all the environments that it goes into. So this is the first step of creating what this planet left us short of. Again, these energies and this peace.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, as you can see, the Brazilian team made a background for this, and you can join us in that process on Sundays, 12 noon or 6 p.m., releasing GANs waters. And of course, you can carry a spray bottle with you and release it anytime you want. The Chinese have been doing this for years, maybe even on a second decade by now, I'm not sure. But they've been releasing this waters. And again, it's something for your physicality to do. If you're not sure how to make the plasma water, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki and learn more, or contact one of the knowledge seekers in one of the groups, or if you know one individually, they will instruct you on how to make plasma water for releasing, but also for your own use. So that's the first step in the Dome of Peace. Now, Mr. Keshe has taken it to another level where this is something for our physicality to do. And now we have something for the energy dimension of our creation to do, which is using the power of the souls.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the GANs, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls. as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you. If anybody wants to add anything about in the Dome of Peace, in the peaceful way.
Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to bring this up one more time. I don't know if I lost that one or not. But you can also join the Brazilian team again at 2 a.m. Central European time for a meeting very similar to what we're going to do here. Let me just bring that down again. Here it is. Okay, so on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Central European time, or daily intentions at 1 a.m. This is working on the energy level. So you would join this meeting, and then there'll be some readings and some times of silence where you bring the change through the dimension of energy to bring this planet into the permanent peaceful condition that I'm sure it wants to be in, and all its inhabitants prefer this to the what we've seen all these conflicts generating. So you can join the Brazilian team on Wednesday at 6 p.m. CEST or daily at 2 a.m. CEST. Now, if you're unable to make meetings like this or your schedule is very busy, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET. So you'll have to calculate what time your time zone lands in 21 p.m. CET, which I think is 9 p.m. CET or CEST, for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So there's multiple options for you to work in the physicality, to work in the dimension of the soul energy, to join the Brazilians in a formal meeting, or if you're working, you're too busy, you can't get to your computer every day, you can join in these daily sessions where we use the power of the soul to bring the change and have it manifest in the matter state. So these are options, and if it's your wish to see peace, this is the way to do it. It's not going to work in the matter state. We'd never reach the world leaders. They wouldn't listen to us. And again, so the soul is the real connection that we, since we have the soul of the Creator within us, they also have the soul of the Creator within them. We can easily reach their soul, pray for their soul, elevate their soul, that the physicality changes and moves into this permanent peaceful condition. And of course, that helps to bring the technology in as well, where they start to see things in a different way, that the technology is needed. So we can bring these changes through the dimension of energy much more rapidly than we could through the dimension of physicality, as I see it. So now let's just a reminder here. So let's take our 5 minutes of silence. And again, it started out with the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators. I guess they're still negotiating peace. I've never heard of these meetings concluded. And this is where it all starts. And now the soul of the team in Brazil has taken it to the next level for all of humanity to become elevated. And the soul has that strength, the soul of that group particularly. So we were doing this process for peace. Apparently it was reached, but then somebody changed something and something else happened and they moved the goalpost. So it's still, in a way, in the process of being developed. But now we're going to move, as Mr. Keshe said, he'll handle the physicality. Let us work on the soul level. So let's take 5 minutes, elevate the world leaders using our soul, praying for not so much the leader himself or the Pope, but the soul of the Pope, the soul of your national leader, the soul of the Indian government, the Chinese government, the Russian government, the soul of the nation, as well as the soul of the leaders, that we can elevate them even to more than we're elevated in a way, to achieve this process of peace and a permanent peaceful condition on this planet. So let's take 5 minutes and we can start now. Thank you for your continued participation in this process. And as you can see, it doesn't take a lot of energy and it doesn't take a lot of work. We just spent 5 minutes, but you could take 1 minute, you could take 1 nanosecond and contribute to this process. So it's up to us to bring the change. It's a test for humanity, and we're also, in a way, preconditioning ourselves to work in the dimension of energy as we go out into the universe and become passengers or travelers and interact with others, other energies there. Just noting a comment Randy made here, on Tesla, the Model 3 is Tesla's most popular model. It comes in 3 trim levels: rear-wheel drive, long range, and performance. With 4 battery modules, a replacement battery would cost around $20,000 to $28,000. That's 70% of the Model 3's base price. The labor charge may cost you approximately $175 per hour. It can take up to 10 to 13 hours to replace. It was interesting when we were in China, and they have many, many electric cars. I heard there's like 900 electric car companies in China. But we went to one location, the Visa Center, and right next to the Visa Center, which was quite a ways, maybe 20 minutes away from the hotel, they had a battery place where people would come in and their battery would be swapped out. This is what I was told. The battery would be changed in about 15 minutes. Apparently, they have a system there where you come in with a almost dead battery, and you probably have a contract with them. And whenever you'd like, you just put in a new battery and sort of recycle, and they recharge your existing battery. Now, I don't know if that was true, but that's what they said was going on in that building, or we could actually see through the glass. And so you would just drive in there, replace the battery. But as Mr. Keshe said, these batteries, the raw materials, the toxicity level, the problem with the cars burning are all shortening the life of this whole entire electric car industry. But I thought that was very interesting. They'd stay there maybe 15 minutes or so, 10 or 20 minutes, and their battery would be fully topped up because they would slide a new one in. They said it didn't take long at all. So that's an interesting aspect, but it doesn't move us any farther away from the electric car. Okay. Alex said that is NIO. What is that? All right, now the part of the program. Go ahead.
Well, that's NEO. That's the company that does the battery swapping.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't seen that before. I thought everyone had to either charge it at home or find a charger on the street. But I don't have an electric car, so as one of the knowledge seekers said, they're going to save their older car as long as they can to make this change. This is what Mr. Keshe was advising. You may not, the disposal of the existing battery may be quite expensive. So now we're into the part of the program, and I think, Alex, you must be on that Brazilian website in many different locations, perhaps some of your teachings and other things, but it's beautiful to have you with us today and to bring another aspect of this very, very large knowledge into our understanding, or presented in a way that we can hopefully take more from your teachings and all the teachings of the Keshe Foundation. So thank you for joining us, and we appreciate your presence.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Thanks for bringing the team here. So with respect to the Brazilian community, yes, that I noticed that they have created an index for me as well as part of the basic teaching. And I owe the Brazilian community an enormous amount of gratitude for allowing me to even begin the classes. And it was thanks to them and their encouragement to carry on with these public classes. And for sure, it's been a challenge. There's no question about it. And mainly because I don't have access to classified information or access to the advanced research. So what we're trying to do is to bring this knowledge to the average person so that the mature knowledge seekers can figure out the best way individually to be able to explain that to the new knowledge seekers. And hopefully the new knowledge seekers then in turn will become the future teachers. So thank you very much for staying tuned, and the panelists and team for being here. And we do have to do some business, unfortunately. So
Right.
uh,
And Claudia has just gotten back. Mark, Raphael said that anyone interested in translating the website into your own language should contact him on Telegram. So contact Raphael and the Brazilian team, and he will guide you and tell you what exactly is allowed or is not allowed to be copied or reproduced. Thank you, Alex.
wonderful. So let's see what happens here and see if we can get.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting, another beautiful Sunday afternoon. And as you know, we just finished a conference in China, the Sanya conference. Very remarkable things happened there, not the least of which is that the elite of the scientific community got a chance to witness firsthand some of the benefits of the technology. But this is not exclusive. It's not an exclusive club. We're all part of this because we're all part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science. We're discussing basic transition, and today's session has to do with selection. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is April the 28th of 2024, and this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we have, through the encouragement of many of the communities around the planet, begun these basic teaching series. And as I say, a lot of credit must be given to the Brazilian community for not only organizing, but also encouraging the continued operation of this. And they have certainly manifested into quite the force. And this is going to be, shall we say, transmitted right around the world, and the benefits thereof will be hopefully everlasting. Today we're going to discuss selection because many of us are wondering who are the chosen ones, and who did the choosing, and what does it mean to be chosen? So somewhere, someplace, there had to be a criteria for this selection, and a lot had to do with the motivation. So in some cases, You may be selected for nefarious purposes, and other selections may have to do with promotion. So say, for instance, you're applying for a job and someone has to make a selection. And so the question is, how do they make that selection? So the obvious answer, of course, is that the profile of the applicant matches the requirement of the job. So there has to be a merging of the two fields. And this is part of the selection process. And we have to understand this. It's not a unilateral thing. So when we are having this problem getting on this plasma highway because we're still stuck on this hesitancy highway, we have to understand that we are only working on the lowest energy state. And we all know how life is very hard. And we say it gets much easier when you get up on the horse. Well, that's okay, but that's not the only way to go. So we really have to exercise caution because we have to be careful of what we select. And it becomes very important. And you say, well, is it really that important? And how is it going to affect my life? Well, that was the question that I had, because all I wanted to do was to restore the health of my family. But to restore the health of my family, I had to know how the universe was created. And so in book number 1 of Baron Tavakoli Keshe's book, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, it discusses this, how the matter, dark matter and antimatter gets together and creates this matter state. And what we are looking at is the creation of matters. But what I'd like to discuss today is how are these matters selected? And so the way that we see how they arrived here, of course, is with the structure of light. And so in book number 2, it shows that we go from one matter state to another matter state, and there is that connection, but it still doesn't talk about the individual structure. So therefore, book number 3 talks about the origin of the universe, where you have the one matter splits up into the other two matters. And so that would be the origin of the universe, where we have our own little man's universe, and then we have a sister universe that is derived from that matter. What we're going to talk about today is the exact opposite, where the two combine into one. So this is all something that we're all going through, and it's available to us. We talked about the transmutation preparation sessions, and because this has to do with how matter is created and how matter moves from one place to another. And this is a series of 6 monthly classes, and next May, on the 17th, will be the 5th such class in that series. So I hope if you haven't enjoyed these sessions, please consider it, because this is all part of our mission, which is to bring peace on earth. And how can you do that without having one planet, one nation, and one race for justice and world peace? And we've tried that for 323 weeks in a row. And we are seeing phenomenal progress because it's extended beyond the basic meeting that we have every Tuesday. This is now a daily activity in all the corners of the earth, because we're all searching for outer space. This has never been properly defined. And we know that if we get into outer space, we can get on that plasma highway to that little piece of pie in the sky and beyond. But that pie in the sky that we have is that little tiny red dot in the right-hand corner. And so we don't even get to see the rest of the pie. And beyond that, what about the rest of the universe? And you say, wow, the scale and the magnitude and the change is phenomenal. So how do we get there? Well, the best way is to get on that plasma highway, but we're not there yet. we're still on the transmission highway. And the transmission highway, as we said, is the lowest energy state. And we've worked hard to understand that transmission highway because it has some limitations. And so we want to get into the transition highway so that we can overcome these limitations. So it's, shall we say, one step up. And there is a range in the universal embodiment, that range. And so we see that where we are and how we're moving along, and we see how big everything is. So one of the things we had to determine that the speed of light is the fastest transmission. And we question if that is true, because, you know, the faster you go, the bigger you get. Because, I mean, let's face it, if where you are and we're so tiny, and we look at the rest of the universe and it's so big to get there, then we also have to be big. But, you know, both of these have been disproven. So please check your baggage. And let's get into the universal embodiment pie chart, which is really what we're trying to figure out. And we question if the speed of light is the constant transmission. And is the universe 70% hydrogen? And when you look at where you are and you say, well, show me the map, well, that's okay where you are, and that's okay to what you can see. But what's going on beyond that? Because what you see is only really the MAGRAPH pie chart, isn't it? Because that is the creation of matter. And so that MAGRAPH pie chart is only telling you that little piece of pie that you have, but and maybe we could say that as 1/3 of the pie, but what about the other 2/3? And they are also not the same third. 1/3 is not the same as the other third. So when we look at the gravitational confirmation, we have to understand that there's energy coming from the sun and the energy coming from the earth. And it's the amalgamation of these two energies which come together and give us this gravitational spectrum. And the original MAGRAPH gravitational spectrum was the hydrogen, and it had to be the hydrogen because that's how we get from one to the other. And so that becomes the basis and the foundation of energy in motion. And so we have this principal matter, which comes as an energy pack. And it doesn't only come from one side, it comes from many different sides. And what is the nature of this energy pack? Because not all energy packs are the same. So all we can just say is that there is a difference in energy packs, but what is that criteria and how do we select that? And isn't that always the question? Because let's face it, we're getting energy from the sun, not the same energy, and the energy from the earth, not the same energy. And we're getting this principal interaction of these two energies. And so not only do we have the sun and trying to contain its energy, and at the same time sharing its energy with the earth, which is trying to contain its energy and sharing its energy with the sun. And so we find that this energy in motion is actually a two-way street. And then we find that we have additional gravitational confirmation because we also have an oxygen spectrum, kind of different from the hydrogen spectrum. And is the oxygen spectrum really a combination of a bunch of hydrogen spectrum? So when we look at the nature of water and we see that the water itself is an energy parceling unit, and it is already in its physicality a combination of hydrogen and oxygen, and it is balanced. It is a MAGRAPH and it is round. And how is that possible when you have the two hydrogens trying to balance off the one big fat oxygen? It doesn't seem to make sense because that does not look balanced. And then when we want to get energy in motion, we have to shear one of these electrons off of this water molecule, which leaves a hydroxyl. So we take the one and it splits into two, one of which is a positive hydrogen and the other, which is a negative hydroxyl, which is a combination of oxygen with one hydrogen. And so there was a relationship, and that creates charges. So we have the positive hydrogen and the negative hydroxyl, where the negative gives and the positive takes. But then there are two ways that charges communicate. They can either be flowing or they can be binding. Okay, so what that means is with the creation of the universe, since it exists from energy and that energy is always positive, then the only difference in the charge is actually the motion and the direction of motion. And so when we look at how we travel from one maggrav point to another maggrav point, we have to see that this energy, which is positive, is actually moving. And is it moving in the same transmission line, or is it moving in a different transmission line for which we have to transition? So isn't that another question? And so we tried to answer that question when we made the cups of life. So the thing about the cups of life is that they were not the cups of pandemic. They were representative of the core space within us, which is a manifestation of our inner space that reflects our emotional strength. And that emotional strength gave us cup 1 and cup 2. So understanding that the cups of life were 2 cups. So 1 cup was the cup of emotion and 1 cup was the cup of physicality. And the components that we used were very much in physicality. But what we did, we created this Gans radiance, which was manifested inside the cups of life and which became carbon dioxide Gans, calcium Gans, zinc Gans, copper Gans, water Gans, and amino acid Gans, and even gold Gans can be made in the cups of life. And so we find that how these Ganses come together had to be selected. And we wonder, well, who did the selection? So in understanding kind of what we're talking about, we had to figure out that in order to work on a particular dimension and being in the physical dimension, the components of the physicality dimension were the X, Y, and Z axis, which involve rotation, polarity, and field strength. And so when we discuss that, that's transmission, transition, and transmutation. So we're discussing the transition and the selection. And that becomes a different dimension, the transition dimension. And then we have only one aspect that we're discussing today, and that's the x-axis transmission dimension. But how can the x-axis transmission dimension also have a transition dimension? Wasn't that supposed to be the domain of the y-axis? So we find that there are 2 aspects that we have to understand. We have to understand the medium, and we have to understand the message. And is there a conflict? Is there a competition? And so the way we see life on this planet is how 2 forces come together. And so we create these 2 dimensions, the X and the Y dimension. And in that process, we create a force field. And then the rules of engagement is that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. For a lot of us, that's hard to understand because we here like to have the higher strength eat the weaker strength. So this becomes a point of conflict, and our point of view becomes very, very important. But how do we resolve this conflict? So we have to create this other field where the combination of the 2 points of conflict come together and become a point of containment. And for some of us, we don't understand this energy binding because it's very important to have a self-serving energy binding system. But that energy binding system is the same system that you used when you were born. And for some reason, we've abandoned that in our adult life. And so we seek this energy binding to preserve our self-serving system. And we do this at the expense of others. But really, the others also have a need of energy binding for their self-serving process. And they were getting the energy from the same source. But if someone is robbing that energy from them, then they have to supplement that energy. And so the tendency has become to carry on the domino effect. Well, if you're robbing from me, I'll rob from someone else. Alternatively, I can fight you so that you don't rob from me. And so we create this warmongering thing. And that's how we have been moving along. We have been either lying, cheating, or stealing, or killing for the purpose of self-preservation. So we have, can you hear
Alex,
me?
you need to take the screen back. There must have been an interruption.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. There was an interruption. I don't know why. Oh, I have to do something else.
We see your screen now.
And do you hear me?
Very well.
Very well. I will carry on then. So this business of capturing the field is what allows us to do the energy binding. But there's always a difference in position. So not only is the energy in motion, but we are in motion as well. So we can do this transmission perpendicular to the ground, but we can also do this transition perpendicular to the ground. So really the question then becomes which ground, and how do we make this selection, and who is it that's making this selection? And so we find that actually we are the last man standing. And what is wrong here? Excuse me one moment. Is that better?
If it's better for you, yes.
Uh-oh. Okay.
It's fine.
All right. So somehow, some way we have to make a selection. And so there are sequences also that we have to abide by. So there's gravitational attraction, which is part of the feedback system, which tells you how good a job you're doing. From the magnetical repulsion system, which is actually part of the feeding system. And as the last man standing, then you're the one who has to make the selection. And in the making of these selections, you can do three things. You can turn on and turn off the feeding. You can increase or decrease the strength of the field, or you can enhance or diminish the positioning. And so you're the one who's doing all the work. And good. So when we look at a field and we say, okay, well, that particular field has 3 planes by axis. So we said the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. So that takes care of 1 dimension. But then there are other dimensions. And how do we know that? Because when we look at the rings of Saturn, we notice 2 things. One is that the rings are visible. But we also notice that the planet is visible. And we notice that there's a gap between the body of the planet and the body of the rings. So there are gaps. Gap between the planet and the ring. And then we see that there are gaps from one ring to another ring. But what is not explained is why we have manifested rings as opposed to why we have manifested the body of the planet, because the body of the planet is different from the rings. The only thing that we do know is that the rings belong to Saturn and the body belongs to Saturn. So there is a common denominator, but obviously there are different factors which affect this. And interestingly enough, when we look at the side view of Jupiter's rings, we find that we have a flat main ring and a halo inside the main ring and a gossamer ring. So, now all of a sudden, we now have a different factor affecting the rings. And we also have gaps between those factors. So this is an entirely different dimension, isn't it? So here we are, we're just trying to talk about the basic transition dimension of the x-axis. So what we had to establish last week was the potentiation of hydrogen to understand that the basic gravitational attraction to this planet had to do with the hydrogen and the oxygen. And so the potentiation of hydrogen and the potentiation of oxygen are actually one and the same. But what we are looking at is the dramatic change in the potentiation of the hydrogen, because that's an important factor. So that's why this is called the potentiation of hydrogen. And so what we see is that scale goes from 1 to 14, and the 7 is the midpoint. And so there is a degree of susceptibility, which takes us from an unstable to a stable format. But what we have to understand is that the unstable becomes very simple and the stable format becomes very complex. And so the simple potential of hydrogen is magnetical and the complex is gravitational, because it also includes the oxygen and not just one. We see that each step along the way is not just one step, but it is an order of magnitude. So each step is 10 times compared to the next one. So at 14, that is higher, and at 1, that is lower. So it's either higher by 10 times or lower by 10 times, and every step along the way. So we understand that there is such a thing as natural selection, obviously, but it seems to conflict with man-made regulation. And the reason for that is because we're not clear who are the chosen ones, because we're not clear who does the choosing. So we have to figure out this process of selection. And so if we were to change the pH table and substitute it for the potentiation of selection, then maybe we could say, well, the natural selection is extremely efficient and very gravitational, and the man-made manipulation is obviously very simple. So, when we try and create a condition, we think in very simple terms. But when we look at our body, It's very complex. We have over 70 trillion cells in our body, and each of them has a potentiation of selection, which is determined by natural regulation. So natural regulation can handle over 30 trillion complexities. Man-made manipulation is extremely simple. So we can look at that as the potentiation of selection. But we have a range anomaly here, and that is that both ends of the spectrum are extreme. Well, how can they both be extreme and both be different? And so we find that in the midpoint, we have the balance point between the two extremes. And that balance point is what we call a maggrav, which is the balance point between the magnetical gravitational field forces. So the midpoint is the perfect balance. Well, what happens if we're slightly below the midpoint? Less than perfect balance, right? And so things have to change. And we know that things do change because when we look at the Earth space range details, we find that there are many different elements. And so when we've talked about the hydrogen spectrum and the oxygen spectrum, but look, we've got all of these things, everything from iron to calcium, and that's just a short list here. And so there is a range, and somehow these also fall within the range. So therefore, the range has to move, or the selection within the range has to move. It cannot always be balanced. But of course it can. Because if it wasn't balanced, well, you wouldn't have copper or zinc. You'd have a mishmash. So it is balanced. So there has to be some kind of selection, but not at the midpoint. And so we find that this all becomes part of the maggrav feeding conversion, where energy is coming in and more is coming in through the force fields of attraction, which we call absorption. And so these fields are gravitational. And then to maintain that, we emit through repulsion magnetical fields which go out and more go out. And so we have this balance of this maggrav, which we call a planet. And we see on this planet, not only do we have a whole bunch of elements, but we have a whole bunch of humanity. We have a whole bunch of vertical people and horizontal people and a whole bunch of different conditions. And so they're all kind of different. And then when you look at the potentiation of hydrogen, you say, well, wait a second. If the midpoint is balanced, then how do we have all these other things? So we realize that not only is the pH table reference to water splitting, and the splitting of the water pH totals always 14, but the materialization selection is also the same. So for instance, in Chile, we have copper, in Indonesia, we have gold, and in the Middle East, we have oil. And so for these three examples, we can be location specific. But how do we achieve this location positioning? Because somehow, some way, we had to make this selection. And then we also have to understand that these are not the only locations on the planet for these specific products. So the criteria for achieving this location positioning of these three would also have to be in place if any of these three were in a different location. So that materialization selection then would have to take other things into account. Not so simple, is it? So when we look at the pH of water, and if we were to think of it as a zipper, where if the water becomes more acidic, so deviating from 7 down to 6, that becomes your acidic water, it is mandatory to produce a balancing pH. In other words, a pH of 8, alkaline water as well. So that the pH of 6 and the pH of 8, well, that equals 14. And if we were to continue that and have a pH of 5, then the balancing pH would have to be 9. 9 and 5 being 14. And then if we went down to 4, then the balancing pH would have to be 10. And so what we realize is that not only do we have potentiation layers, but we have a forced selection. In other words, if we create a pH of 5 and 1, there has to be somewhere, somehow, an offsetting pH of 9. And do we know where that is? Sometimes we do, but sometimes we don't. The point of the matter is that it's a two-way transmission. So we've studied 2 dimensions and two-way streets and seen 2 directions on these streets and vehicles of 2 different sizes and different variables, and even 2 lanes on these streets. But now we realize that we need to have 2 selections in order for us to have this transmission. And that's a minimum of 2 selections. Because if we were to say, well, there's copper in Chile, then we could say, well, that's the only selection. But if we find that there's copper in Montana, then that's a different selection. So that has different choices. So this all talks about relationships. So when we talk about a mag-grav relationship, that is a balance between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. But when we're looking at the relationship between the scientific community and the spiritual community, we find that the scientific community is battling the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy. And the spiritual community is trying to balance off between the spirit and the soul, and suggesting that the spirit is the motor of the soul. So the plasma science now adds to that knowledge. It's another criteria that adds to that. So when we talk about the conservation of energy, the law of conservation of energy states that energy can be neither created nor destroyed, only converted from one form of energy to another. So if we can create a simple formula, and there has to be a balance on one side and a balance on the other side, and there's a relationship. So if we look at the one side, K1 is the initial kinetic energy, and U1 is the initial potential energy. So the balance between the kinetic and potential energy gives us one side of the equation. Well, isn't that interesting? Because the balance between the kinetic and potential energy on the other side of the equation also gives us a balance. The difference, however, being that K2 is the final kinetic energy and U2 is the final potential energy. So in other words, as the kinetic energy changes on one side, it changes on the other side in the opposite direction. And as the potential energy on one side changes, it changes in the opposite direction on the other side. And then we find that the kinetic and potential energy on one side, total, is constant. and the kinetic and potential energy total on the other side is constant. And so the constants of the energy on the left side is equal to the constants of the energy on the right side. So the conservation of energy means that the energy needs to be constant. Okay, so how do we change the strength? So if we were to create a potentiation of strength chart, we find that there's a weaker energy on one side and a stronger energy on the other side. And, you know, one of the reasons we go to sleep is so that we can restore our energy. So we might find that we're going to be very strong in the morning and very weak in the evening. And the weaker we get, the closer we get to going to sleep. And so the strength is reflected as the initial potential energy, and the weakness is represented by the final potential energy. In other words, there is no potential energy at the end. It's bedtime. But we find that the relationship is magnetical and gravitational. And so the susceptibility of how much energy you have is going to be determined by the relationship between the strength and the weakness. But in the plasma rule, don't forget that the strong feeds the weaker. I want to tell you a little story about my grandma. Well, I had two grandmas, and there was a battle. One was bad and one was good. And grandmas like to cook, right? But they had two different recipes. And the bad grandma couldn't cook. She had bad food, bad recipe. And the good grandma had really, really a good food recipe. In fact, it was so good that I became highly prejudiced when I was looking at people and how they prepared food. And I would always compare them to my grandma's recipe, because my grandma's recipe was outstanding. So, and that's, you could say that that's bragging, but it was an actual very good measure. And so it's not to say that my grandma was the best cook in the world. It's just that she had a very good recipe. And she maybe didn't do us any favors. And all the other cooks out there who have good food recipes maybe didn't do us any favors. Because the problem, you see, is that the good food makes you want to eat. And it causes a food addiction. Whereas the bad food, well, let me tell you how bad it was. It was repulsive. And my mother was very gracious. She did this bait and switch. She distracted the bad grandma at the dinner table. And I was pleading with my mother that I couldn't eat the food. And my mother was just eating it like it was good food. And I was going to get very, very sick eating this food. And I just wasn't going to go through with it. My mother was very angry, but she didn't want to display her anger in front of grandma. So she distracted grandma. And in that process of distracting grandma, she picked up my bowl of soup and she dumped it in a planter. And I really feel sorry for that planter today. Poor planter had got the bad food recipe. And so when grandma came back to the table, she said, "Oh, you finished? Oh, that's good. How did you like it?" "Oh, yes, grandma, it was delicious." Well, that's great. Well, of course, that was a patent lie. But what was I going to do? So grandma says, "Well, do you want some more?" "Oh, no, I'm full." And mom jumps in and says, "Well, actually, we ate before we came here, so we're all quite full, so thank you very much." And that settled that. So when I look back, and I say, well, I like the good grandma, but I didn't like the bad grandma because her recipe was a failure. And we always say that, we can change the past. Why can we change the past is because it's a reflection of our attitude. It's a reflection of our prejudice. And so I thought her food was hideous. But the problem wasn't that she had bad food. The problem was that she was not a very good influencer. Because had she been a good influencer and had she been famous and spread this recipe around the world, we might have all overcome our food addiction. So we can measure this taste of the food, which is very important. And if we put it on a pH scale or a PP scale, potentiation of taste, we can say, well, the gravitational food is delicious. Well, of course, everybody wants to eat delicious food. Who wants to eat unpalatable food?
Alex, I think we've lost your screen. Let's see if you're still here. Yes. Okay,
I'm not sure what is going on. I'm very sorry.
it's okay. It's just probably one of those mischievous AI systems or something sort of came out to play. We've heard this before already. Oh, there we go.
And I was paying compliments to the Zoom administrators. Anyway, I'll, I'll have to be very careful with the buttons here. So we were talking about taste. And so there was this fabulous marketing campaign. Many of you probably don't remember this. It was about Charlie the tuna, and poor Charlie, he couldn't understand the difference between good taste and tasting good. You see, because the company that had the marketing campaign selected only the best tuna. And so they were selecting the tuna by tasting good, not by good taste. So, dressing up in a tuxedo and then your finest attire showed good taste, but that didn't get you selected. And so poor Charlie never understood that. And so we see that, we have the same type of thing. And the question then becomes is, well, how did we get selected? And who did the selecting? And if we are just the plasmagen receiver, and we are the manifestation of that plasmagen receiver, then something has happened. And we see that the z-axis is on one side, and on the other side, like the two extremes. So the reception is in the midpoint, and that is the balance point. So it doesn't have to be directly in the midpoint because there are other factors that come into play. But in terms of the physical manifestation, it does have to be in the midpoint. So why am I suggesting that this is so different? Because there's 8 billion of us on this planet, and we're all different. So where do we get this influence from? And of course, there was another genius marketing campaign where you had to keep your eyes on your fries. And these were called French fries, and I hope that's not discriminatory, but you know, the main thing about these fries is that they were tasting good. So the reason people would choose these fries is because of the taste. Excellent marketing campaign, very successful. But you know, it reflected something because we find that the food is controlled by the Food and Drug Administration, and I often wonder, you know, why do they control the marketing campaigns and the influence selection? And then I realized, well, food is an addiction, thanks to my good grandmother. Drugs are an addiction, and so addictions also become an addiction. So these marketing campaigns and their influencers entrench our addiction selection choices, don't they? So it's too bad my bad grandma couldn't be a good influencer. But we have another food duality anomaly, and that has to be that on the plate, the food is in a physical state. And we see the food on the plate, and it looks good, doesn't it? And we can take the food and put it in our mouth, and we can see the food in our mouth. It doesn't look as good as it is on the plate, but it is not in a physical state. It's in a plasmatic state. And so what we are concerned with is, does the food taste good? And so the natural implication is that that food that tastes good is also good for you. But is that food good for you? Or is that food that you're eating selected by the influencer and you just go along with it? Because one of the ways to improve the quality and taste of the food is to add sugar. And so that was one of the things that my good grandma limited. She was able to manage an excellent recipe without sugar. And as I was looking at a lot of restaurant owners and influencers and how they promote their recipe and how good they are and how good it tastes, and we find that they use sugar a lot. A lot. And so I always measure that to my good grandmother's recipe. And I find that if someone is using excessive sugar to make their recipe taste good, then they're really not that good a cook. And we see that the composition of sugar has carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. And sugar is very important because sugar gives us energy, and we know that. And I want you to note that the geometric structure of sugar is in a pentagon. There's another form of sugar, high fructose corn syrup. We find it in energy drinks. And so if we understand what fructose is, it's phosphorylated. Fructose is phosphorylated fructose. High fructose corn syrup is also known as glucose fructose. isoglucose and glucose fructose syrup. It's a sweetener made from cornstarch. And the starch is broken down into glucose by enzymes. And studies into the health risks have been conducted in many countries, and it's widely agreed that it contributes to obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and heart disease, but is not actually banned anywhere. So we have a direct link to the energy, and energy drinks are very popular, aren't they? And isn't that one of the reasons that we eat? It is to get that energy, but we can't process fructose. We eat glucose. It's the glucose that is phosphorylated and phosphorylated into fructose. The phosphorylated fructose is something that our digestive system does. But we can't eat it and process it. That's the problem. So when we look at the phosphorylation and what happens, we see that there's some kind of transition from the brain to the body. And in that process, there's a crossover where the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body, and the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. And then in that process of the phosphorylation comes the manifestation of the body. And so that becomes always the part of the transportation system crossing over the blood-brain barrier. So if we were to look at the potentiation of fructose, we can see that our food and the natural sugars are embedded in the glucose in the food that we eat. And then through the potentiation of fructose, it becomes magnetical. And that becomes part of the energy that we derive. And so the energy that we get comes from the food that we eat. But not only, that's what we have been influenced. And speaking of influence, coffee is a very good influencer. And this came up with another discussion. I don't know if anyone's been to a seance and knows what a medium is. And a medium basically occupies the same body in front of an audience. And that body literally changes the inflection in its voice. It changes the way it talks, and it changes the way it thinks. And so it's using the same body, but it's a different being. And we know that because we hear the difference. But this particular medium that I'm referring to couldn't stand the taste of coffee and was complaining bitterly that the other person occupying that body loved coffee. And so the coffee, and many of us like to drink it, liked the coffee, but the medium didn't like the coffee because it didn't like the taste. And so we see that there's a difference between the US and Canada, where coffee black is food. And in the US, they don't call it black, they call it regular. But in Canada, regular is coffee with cream and sugar. And cream and sugar like leather soup. It's hard to digest. And in Canada, we like cream and sugar so much that we double up. And so very often we order a coffee double. That's double cream and double sugar. And so when we look at the medium and we say, well, the medium is the message, clearly that's false. Because the medium is the messenger. It's the medium that told us he doesn't like the coffee. light is the message. The light is the energy. The light is the message. And there's a popular YouTube video called The Action Lab. And he did an experiment where he shone a laser light through a medium. That medium was water. And so the light came in from the glass outside, went through the glass, and it was a straight line of light. And then he went down to the bottom of the container, and something happened. The light was curved. And so he disclosed the secret of why the light was curved. And that was because he had dissolved sugar in the water, but he didn't stir it. So there was a gradient, progressive gradient, that there was more and more sugar as it went to the bottom of the tank. And why? Because sugar was more dense than the water, so it sank to the bottom. And when he shone the light through the sugar that was in the water, the light curved. Well, isn't that interesting? Because when you're looking at the water, you can't tell the difference between the water with less sugar and the water with more sugar. And we know that is true because if you've ever taken a sugar cube and put it in a hot cup of tea, you would see that that sugar would disappear. But you knew that that sugar was in the tea because you could taste it. So the speed of light would have had to be the same in the water, and the sugar water would have to be the same. So the reason that the water affected the light was not because the light was slower. It's because the light had farther to go. The light had to go through the more dense water. So now we know the impact of sugar on density. And now we know the impact of density on light. And so now we understand that there's a relationship between the wavelength and the frequency, and the speed of light is constant. But the speed of light is not the same color. But when we find that the balance between the wavelength and frequency in each color, that balance is the same. It is constant. It is constant whether the light is red or whether the color is violet, and all the colors in between. And there's a gradient change in the relationship between the wavelength and frequency. So both had to come and be part of the selection process of the light. So if we say that the speed of light is constant, then how do we get the different frequency? Well, the travel then has to go around more times. The more times it goes around, the higher the frequency. And how can the light travel more than another? And that is by reducing the diameter of the orbit. So we have color orbitals. And so we find the blue light is at a higher frequency, the red light is a lower frequency. So therefore, the blue light must be closer to the core, and the red light must be closer to the outer orbit. And therefore, the blue light becomes gravitational and the red light becomes magnetical. And we know that the speed of light is constant. So when we use to determine the pH density, well, isn't that interesting? We use a pH tester that reflects this light, and sure enough, we find that the acid, which is 1, is red and the alkaline is violet. And since gravity seeks density, and we find that oxygen is more dense than hydrogen, so that's why we find the difference, and we call it the pH density. Obviously, the acidic side is less dense, and the acidic side is oily, and the alkaline side is wet. But the acid side, pH, plus the alkaline side, pH, always totals 14. It's always constant. So therefore, if we were to measure things like stupidity, for instance, so we can say, well, the potentiation of stupidity is the balance between those who are stupid and those who are smart. Well, who decides? If you were in a group of stupid people, there would be no stupid people. And conversely, if you were in a group of smart people, there would be no smart people, because there'd be no difference. What about ugliness? Isn't beauty in the eyes of the beholder? So there are beautiful flowers, there are ugly flowers. I made the mistake once of suggesting that one flower was very ugly. I was prejudiced. And then I was reprimanded and told, tell that to the butterfly. Because each flower was serviced by a butterfly. And in the eyes of the butterfly, each flower, whether in my opinion was ugly or beautiful, was beautiful in the eyes of the butterfly. There was no such thing as ugly. And so when we look at the potentiation of physicality, and if we put it on the same scale, so we can see that the manifestation of the man space is determined by the inner space. And the susceptibility of that physicality is based on the relationship between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. So the susceptibility changes. But the susceptibility changes based on selection. Well, what about the soul? So we see that if we were to graph the potentiation of the soul, we could say, well, the soul of the man is gravitational and the soul of physicality is magnetical. That stands to reason. The soul of the man feeds the soul of physicality. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. How effective is it? Well, the answer is the susceptibility. And where on the scale is this? Where on the scale is the relationship of the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality? And are those the only two things that we have to take into consideration for the selection? Well, it is if we're looking at the man space, but we have to understand our earth space. And so that's a factor as well. Do we know enough to take that into account as well? So what we need to take into account is that there is a stairway anomaly, because between, say, pH of 5 and pH of 6, there's also a transition going from lower pH to a higher pH. And each step along the way is an order of magnitude. But the net result of going from the lower pH of 5 to the higher pH of 6 is also an order of magnitude. So if we were to compare the higher pH of 6, it seems to be lower than the lower pH of 5. But that all depends on which transmission you're talking about. So if we select 5, we have to understand that automatically there is a 9 because the balance is constant. So by selecting 5, we automatically select 9. It's automatic. It's predetermined. It is forced. You're not going to get 7. 5 and 7 is 12. It doesn't add up. So this affects our transmission susceptibility. And in understanding what is higher and what is lower, we now have to take more into account. And since we're only talking about transmission, then all we're concerned about is on the higher transmission level, if we have a lower pH, we automatically select a corresponding higher pH. And if we're on a lower level, well, we have to do the same thing. So in other words, regardless of which transmission level we're operating on, we have to achieve balance. So the natural selection process of seeking balance is automatic. So this brings us to the potentiation of fear anomaly, because the terrorist fearing is man-made. And so we say, well, with man with his outward courage dares to die. But then there's God fearing. And of course, that is God made. And we say, well, man with the inner courage dares to live. Well, obviously, living and dying are 2 ends of the spectrum, but the fearing seems to be at both ends of the spectrum, both ends of the extreme. How can both ends of the extreme be the same if one end is magnetical and one end is gravitational? So therefore, our understanding of what is man-made and what is God-made has been influenced. And so we need to remove these influencers, these intermediaries, and understand that if we were to graph the potentiation of fear, we find that man-made fear makes us fearful, and God-made fear makes us fearless. And wherever we are, we're seeking the balance. And when we achieve that balance, and then we can change our dimension. And so we're using the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceships units to deliver food energy and drug energy and addiction energy. And if we can deliver this energy, then we don't need the taste of the food or the injection of the drugs or the dependence on an addiction. So the message delivery is delivered by the messenger. And the energy delivery is delivered by the transmission selection. And the selection delivery comes without intermediaries. You're the one who makes the choices. You're the one who decides the transmission spectrum. You're the one who chooses the spectrum orbitals. So what we're looking at is the transition of transmission spectrums. That is the spectrum to spectrum susceptibility. So there's a superficial surface susceptibility. There's an internal substance susceptibility. So one depends on the physicality and one depends on the substrate, the plasma substrate. And the combination of the two becomes that point of containment. And that point of containment isn't just in our visible spectrum, but it's one step beyond and in either direction. It's in two dimensions, two choices, and these choices come together. And so these transmission orbitals are not a map. The communication only requires an antenna to understand that the release of binding energy precedes the retrieval of beneficial energy. The field release has to precede the field capture, and the giving has to precede the taking. The emission has to precede the absorption. But motion cannot exist without coexistence, because motion itself is a product of existence. So one, motion, and two, coexistence reside in one matter state and the other matter state. So the tuning of the plasma dominant state has to precede the tuning of the physical dominant state. And so when we're looking at these dimension orbitals and we try and find out, well, where is the center? Well, it's not man-space centric, and it's probably not the Earth space centric, is it? You might say it's sun space centric, but that's not conclusive. We know that the containment is dimension centric, and the proximity to that dimension is also dimension centric. And the nature of the pressure to get there is dimension centric as well. So that all stays the same. So we understand that we have three transmission dimensions. And what is the message? And how is that message contained? Well, we have to figure out the transmission dimension selection. And if we're only looking at the feedback summary, which is, what does it sound like? Can I see the light? What's the temperature? How much pressure is there? Oh, look at the luster. Look at the superficiality. What about the laminar containment? Or what about the x-axis transmission dimension transition? Or are we depending totally on the dominance of the taste selection? And Charlie, do you have good taste, or is the taste just in your mouth? So we see the difference between the man-made and the role of man. We get to choose. We get to choose our target point, not only between the gravitational and magnetical field forces of the reality dimension, but also the transition from the manifestation point to the transparency point, where we can go from the gravitational Earth space to the gravitational some other space. So as we understand this, we'll understand how to target our trips to outer space and understand that the matter plasma dimension in the physicality is gravitational. But it's part of the feedback system. It's the plasmatic feed that is magnetical. And we are feedback dominant. So the message feeding becomes a manifestation. And the message feedback also becomes a manifestation. So this tuning has to be between the transmission and the transition, where the selection of one is balanced by the forced selection of another. And it's the resulting selections that feed the manifestation. It's the selection manifestation is predetermined by selected choices of intention. These are not visible. And we will learn more as we develop our research teams with the first Keshe Space Plasma Research Centers. We are now in the post-March 15th of 2024 era of choices, and there's a new selection process that we have to learn. And as we go 535 weeks of knowledge seekers workshops to talk about the greater oneness, how we can transcend the limitations of nuclear science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. Welcome all the beautiful knowledge seekers. Learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. But it requires a world peace treaty, and it requires for you to sign it with true intentions. And we wonder, is man the reactor of a three-dimensional universe? Or can man find heaven through the field transition? Or does man just simply have to go out of his mind to go into outer space? Here we are mining the orbitals of the three dimensions of truth and understanding of natural selection without intermediaries. We select the message transition in various physical transmission dimensions. And that's why the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of the lesson. I hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. And hopefully everyone enjoyed your sharing. I don't have any questions at the moment. Although when you said the food on the grandma's plate, I thought you said the food looks good on the plane. And I was saying, wow, I ordered a steak. I did a few plane flights recently and ordered a steak. It was the size of a credit card and just about that thick as well. So you sort of confused me there, but then I realized it was the grandmother's plate you were talking about. It wasn't a plane at all.
I wonder if when you ordered your steak, if you ordered it rare or well done, or were you kind of clever and just ordered it slightly nano-coated?
No, I didn't. I just made up that story, but I did hear one similar to that where they were, I don't know if they were in first class or what, but he said the steak was the size of a credit card. It may be a little thicker. Okay, let's see if the participants would like to enter the conversation with anything. I noticed we had a couple members of the Universal Council here. There's just one left that I see, but of course we're all Universal Council. I was thinking if there's anything they'd like to add. We still have Lisbeth here.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Not really. Only say thank you so much because the people all the time is increasing the knowledge, all the time sharing the knowledge, and all the time elevating all souls. And please continue. And thank you so much for that. And thank you, Alex. All the time you expand more of knowledge because your explanation is clarifying many things about that. Thank you so much.
Elizabeth, I want to thank you very much for the courage that you're displaying. People just may not understand in general how difficult the road is for you in your particular location. So we're all hoping that you will get much more assistance because as I said today, the balancing is mandatory. So your efforts will be rewarded. Thank you.
To you, Alex. Thank you to you. We are the soul of the peace. All contribution is big contribution. Thank you, thank you.
Anyone want to come in and ask a question or make a comment or share something about the technology?
Hello, Alex. Hello, Mark.
Yes, Claudia.
I want to make a question for Alex because I was seeing a video today about cancer and you completed my knowledge about it. And Mr. Keshe said about the emotions, the same you said in this teaching, that we are the creator of our own disease because these emotions. And he said an interesting thing that I didn't listen until today was that have like a spectroscopy Hammond. And I studied today about this, and this spectroscopy measure the elements that in our body it's increase or lower. And Mr. Keshe said that use this more than the elements in our blood. And he said more about this, the emotions, the emotions is the point, is the, how can I say? Oh my gosh. The emotions change our salinity. And I think that you explained today change our pH too. So, but about these emotions, how can I know? I have the intentions and we change all the times the emotions. And much emotions that we have, it's not our own emotions, I think, is from our ancestors. So I want to know what you think about how can you control these emotions? How can you know which emotions is doing the effect in our physical body? Because I was thinking about it. We can cure ourselves, but how can I know if my emotion is the right way or not? That's it. Thank you.
Mark, was Claudia cutting out or was I cutting out?
Neither. She wasn't cutting out.
Okay, I
And
seem to.
this is the first time you opened your mic since the question was formulated. So I didn't hear you.
Did you
cutting
listen,
out.
Alex?
Were you able to hear her? Yeah.
No, obviously I've been having some transmission troubles today with the computer. But I think the question has to do is how do you know which emotions are correct? Is that a good summary?
Yes. And how can you know the emotions if you're, because you know that our RNA is not only ours, is from our ancestors. So if for example I have a cancer and with my emotions, that's a higher level of energy than the physical body, I can cure myself. But these emotions I change all the time. And I can change the salinity, I can change the pH, I can change everything with my emotions. So I don't know if how can we control this? How can you know that I'm the right way with these emotions to do something change in my body, you know?
So we're all looking for proof, and the only proof that we look at is, generally speaking, in the physicality. So if we can touch it or if we can see it, then we accept that as the proof. But we discount the fact that we were born. So the fact that we were born is proof that there are other forces at play. But you know, the fear is the dominant force that affects our pH. And so when we see the potentiation of fear, you know, I had to wrestle with the concept of being God-fearing. And I thought, well, if you were created by the Creator, first of all, the Creator never created anything bad. So that's the first thing. So our assumption that something is good or bad is based on our physical manifestation. So in a way, it's false, because it's an insult to the creator. Say, oh, you know, you created something very bad. No, I didn't. You know, so that becomes part of an argument, and as such, you know, we have to understand that it would be rude to even suggest that it's bad. But you are making a choice and saying, well, in my opinion, that is bad. So therefore, I will not use that. But in someone else's opinion, that would be very good. And so you have variety. And if you look at the way we do the UBESUS, what are we doing in Gaza? We're delivering the food energy. But we're delivering the food energy for all the people. So will all the people take all the food energy? Or will the people select which food energy that they're going to take? So in other words, just because we are delivering all of the food energy, it doesn't mean that they would take all the food energy. They only take what they need. So there is no extra. There is no bank of food. There's no fridge. You just take what you need and you're good to go. And then leave the rest for the others. But an interesting thing also happens. In order for you to maintain your MAGRAV condition, you also have to give energy. And the energy that you give is the energy that you don't need. And we think about the energy that we give and the energy that we don't need as our garbage. And so the garbage for one becomes the gold for the other, doesn't it? Hello?
Did we just lose you for a moment? Alex?
Oh, yeah. Are we back?
Yes, I think you just faded for a second and it reconnected or something happened. Yeah.
Now, what a day. There's something going on here. This is the fourth or fifth interruption. So I apologize for that.
No problem.
Beyond my control. So where I left off here was to say that if we are giving energy, and it's energy that we don't need, then that becomes effectively our garbage. And so are we giving our garbage to someone else? But if we understand that garbage for one is gold for another, and there actually is no such thing as garbage, because if the creator created everything that was good, then there's nothing bad, and the inference that garbage is bad would also be incorrect. So it's just that we don't need it. Why? Why don't we need it? Because we have what we need. and we have to use what we have. So what we don't need, it's not that we're throwing it away, is we're giving it away. And it feeds back into the system. And so someone else can, who needs that particular energy, can get it. Because all the energy on this planet is governed by the law of conservation of energy. So all the energy on this planet is shared by all of us. And no one has a right to get more than the other. That's an inalienable right. It's a natural selection process. So our needs change on a day-to-day basis based on our activity, because it's always energy in motion. So if we consume more energy, then that energy has to be supplemented. And so we have to be very selective as to how we exchange energy. So a direct answer to your question, Claudia, is how do you know? Well, let's say you don't know and you want to run a little test. One of the best things that you can do is do something that is bad for you. And when you get confirmation that that is bad, then you should stop doing that. So that answers your question in terms of what is good and what is bad. And generally speaking, if something is bad, then the opposite is good. Now, that's not to say that there's no in between where something may be better. You don't have to go to the extremes. So you don't have to go to a level of 1 and say, well, to balance off the level of 1, I have to go to the other level of 13. 1 and 13 would be 14. You don't do that. What you can do is there's all sorts of levels in between, and you can pick any level that you want, and all of us are at a different level. And so there's not a commentary of what's good or bad, that's in the eyes of the beholder. But the thing is that life wants to live and life wants to grow. And when we look at the fact that we were a baby at one point and now we're an adult, that means there was a growth. And that growth was a product of the learning. And if that's what we went through, then you can bet that the creator is going through the same process. And so, well, wait a second. How does my growth and how does my learning benefit the creator? Because that is the growth of that particular field. And we are an extension of the creator, and by extension, we are the co-creator. So the growth of us is reflected in the growth of the creator. So therefore, the universe is constantly growing and constantly changing. Well, if the universe is constantly changing, and the law of conservation of energy says that the energy within our universe is constant, how is that possible? That means there's no other energy. So how can there be a beyond? And that's where the anomaly lies. We have to look at our universe and understand that that's part of our transmission spectrum. But there's a beyond, and that is operating under a different transmission spectrum. And so then we have to understand that we can exchange energy between those transmission spectrum. And in order to be able to do that, we have to be able to transition from a lower transmission level to a higher transmission level. And in order to do that, we have to develop our skills. But what we also have to understand is that the higher transmission level is a product of a still higher transmission level. So when we look at the physical transmission level, that's the lowest energy state. And so when we're getting the transition to a higher transmission state, we are only at the midpoint, the balance point. And clearly, to transmit ourselves along this balance point, so in other words, to go from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9, we have to have energy coming and going. And if we don't have this energy coming and going, then we can't move. So in order to move better, you can measure the success of your movement by measuring the coming together of your intention and the actual result, and understanding that the result is a manifestation not so much of your intention, but it's a manifestation of the way you are bringing these energies together. And so you have to bring these energies together. So in other words, if you are at a pH of 5, automatically you select a pH of 9. But if you insist and you say, oh, I want a pH of 8, and that's all I want. I want this and I don't want that. You're basically telling the universe to shut up. And so you get a pH of 13, and guess what? Something's missing. Something is not complete. It's not working. And you say, well, I have full intention, but it's not working. There's nothing wrong with your intention. It's the action. So we need to modify our skills, learn our skills, and understand that the learning that we get teaches us how things work. And it's not a commentary to say, well, that's bad and that's good. That doesn't matter. Sometimes we learn more when we make mistakes. And that's good. I hope I answered your question that way.
Yes, thank you so much. Can I ask another thing? It's a short question. Mr. Keshe said that the cosmic rays doesn't get anymore the planet Earth. So doesn't have any place in this Earth that have cosmic rays anymore. That's the truth, or not?
I think he said not all cosmic rays reach the Earth. Depending on the strength of them, we don't have the strength to attract certain cosmic rays, if I remember what he said.
But the pyramids that we have in all places in the Earth could be a
pyramids, yes.
Pyramids, yes, could be a point that have more cosmic rays, attract more.
The attraction manifests itself in physicality there. The cosmic rays that are attracted to the Earth are a product of the field forces that are created by the energies that come from the sun and interact with those of the Earth. And so they create a field of welcome. And those cosmic rays that match those fields then become absorbed. Those cosmic rays that don't match just pass right on through as if we didn't exist. And clearly, when you look at the rest of the universe, you see that there are different places. You know, the most obvious is that there's a difference between the Earth and the Moon, and then there's a difference between the Earth and the Mars. So the cosmic rays that are absorbed by the Earth are not the same ones as they're absorbed by Mars. However, there is an absorption, so the method is the same, and we can change that. However, do we want to change that? Is that absolutely necessary? So, for instance, if we say, well, the pH of 5 is no good and the pH of 9 is very good, we are going to eradicate the pH of 5. So then the entire universe becomes a pH of 9. Is that good? Or is that boring? So, you know, what we need to look at is that everything, you know, has its place and is well organized, and it does a natural selection according to what we need. So our earth is our heaven. And so we need to respect that. And we need to understand that we chose this earth before we were born. So that selection process was made before we were born. So the physical selection came after the plasmatic selection. And so the plasmatic selection was fed by these cosmic rays. And so therefore we can say that not all cosmic rays are the same. It's just a category of rays. And so some are absorbed and some pass right through. And we can affect, through our intention, what we absorb. And the reason we can do that is because the cosmic rays are operating at a higher energy state, and we were created from a higher energy state. So for us to work at the lowest energy state is our penalty. And since it's our penalty and we created it, and that's our lesson, we need to now change our point of view and draw the energy from a higher state. So if we were to steal energy from someone else, then we're stealing from the lowest energy state. And if we're drawing energy from the universe, then we're drawing from the highest energy state. And we not only have to learn that lesson, but we have to apply that lesson. And that's where the challenge comes in. And there's no one in a position to offer a better opportunity to rise to that challenge than the knowledge seekers. And the knowledge seekers aren't only the ones within the Keshe Foundation, because the Keshe Foundation is part of the Peace Dome, part of the Plasma Dome, which is part of the Earth space. And all the inhabitants of the Earth space are tuned into the same thing. It's just a question of, are they tuned into that particular channel? And are they, you know, did they turn the radio on to listen and then act accordingly? And so I think we're seeing the transition happening on this planet. And we understand not only do we have a purpose in life as individuals, but the purpose of life has a purpose beyond our tiny little perfect world. So we have to change the game. We have to change the scheme of operations. We cannot operate just within our tiny perfect world and say, well, I'm going to take care of my family and I don't care about your family. Well, if your family is buying goods and services that my family provides, but your family is sick, you won't have the money to buy my goods and services. So I have to care about your welfare. But I can't take responsibility from your welfare because that takes energy away from me. So how can I take care of your welfare? By not cheating, lying, stealing, and killing.
And
Thanks very
and
much.
don't you think if we practice that ethos of thinking good, speaking good, and doing good, wouldn't that attract different energies than if we thought bad, acted bad, and spoke bad? Wouldn't
Yes, of
that
course.
create a balance of wellness by thinking good, speaking good, and acting good? And
Yes, the thing is that is done on a plasmatic level. So this is the part of the problem that we all have, you know. Did I cut out again? No, I'm here.
just for a half a second, if at all.
Okay. So the thing is that we only recognize, you know, what we're saying. Let's say our learning is only here because we come to this meeting. Well, that would be false. Okay. So, and does our learning stop when the meeting is over? Well, that would be false also. Learning is a continuous experience. And so we have to always do a comparative analysis and say, you know, are we better off today than we were yesterday? Is what we've done helping our environment? And have we, through our actions, have we made things better? So that becomes our measuring stick. And if the answer is yes, then you inherently know that that is a good thing. But if the answer is no, then, you know, things have to change. And if you insist on not changing, well, then you're going to get the same results. And so it goes. You can understand that without the understanding of the true nature, the natural selection, without understanding that, our life on this planet would be totally miserable. And I think that is the problem that many of us are having because we're not aware of the new technology. But there are a lot of people who don't know about the new technology, but they are aware. So their awareness is coming through on the soul level. And they are responding in kind because they know they don't need a test. They don't need a pH test. They don't need to see the color. They don't need to see the color of the aura. They know the difference between right and wrong. Okay? Because that is part of the soul. The soul will never lie. So if you understand that the soul is our best friend because the soul is us, and if you lie to yourself, you've really got to be stupid. So let's all be smart and understand that the universe is a benevolent place. That's why we were born. And there's nothing to fear in that regard. We have an inalienable right to be there and to do what we want to do. But what we do not have a right to do is to terrorize others. So there are rules, universal laws, and if we obey them, then not only is life good and our health is good, but everything around us, including our environment, ends up being good. And that's the overall goal. So we understand then that regardless of the age that we're in, we can extend that age. We can extend life on this planet. As long as we're fulfilling our own personal wishes and our own intention, we can remain here. And when we fulfill our intentions, then we can select a different place and a different journey. Over to you, Mark.
Any other questions? Who would like to join the conversation? Ike?
And that fulfillment, is it determined by us? Because sometimes I think our soul is predetermined on different parts than what we physically do.
So Ike, that is absolutely true what you said. The soul actually predetermines everything. So you're trying to navigate through a balanced point. You want to stay away from the extremes. But it doesn't mean you stay on one lily pad and say, oh, this is my place and I'm so happy I'm going to stay here and do nothing else. Well, you'll have to work in safety, and everybody is seeking their point of refuge, and everyone has different skills and capabilities. So what is good for me is not necessarily good for you. But what is good for you is predetermined by your soul. That's a fact. And what's good for me is predetermined by my soul. So in both cases, the soul will not lie to you. And then your skill in listening to your soul and reacting in kind is determines your success. And then how do we measure that success? The peace is not just on this planet. The peace is within you as well. You have to have peace of mind, peace of the soul of physicality, peace of the soul of the man. And when you have that, then you have optimum health. And that's what this planet needs. That's what this planet has always wished. It doesn't want, it isn't here to attract sick people. It's attracting healthy people who have the capability of making this planet a better place. It's us who are not listening to that. And I'm as guilty as everybody else. But I think we're all making very, very good progress. And so we're on the path towards peace. And we have to understand that you don't stop the world to say, well, I'm not going to do this. I'm on the path of peace. And now when I'm finished on my path of peace, then I'm going to go back and continue my delinquencies. No, it doesn't allow you to do that. If you go into the Ubesu and it helps you with your emotion, and you say, well, thank you, I've improved my health, and then you go back to your wayward ways and say, well, I can go back and do things the way I did it before because I can always go into the Ubesu to fix myself. No, we're not there to remove your responsibility. We're there to help you get back to your point of health so that you can maintain your responsibility and be a universal functionary like all of us. That's the whole purpose. We're not there to take away your responsibility or to allow the continuation of delinquencies. So we're not there to force a situation. We're there to create the proper environment and make it a welcoming for you. And that technology has now fallen to us. And it's a matter for us now to bring that into practical application. And that's what makes this such an exciting time. Thanks, Ike, for your question as well.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you too. Personally, I can tell you how I fix myself on daily basis if I have challenges with business partners or I have issues or get emotional or see myself getting angry. I go back to the knowledge seekers workshop and listen to different teachings and all that. And I found myself getting back on track. That has always worked for me. That's the way I notice I fix myself. So it's really important that we come to all these classes because it has a way of adding, to the betterment of us.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering, and we haven't heard any firm reports, but the ones that are going into the system in Gaza for feeding every day, do you think they're actually assimilating this process within themselves? So if the system gets turned off, they may be able to provide some of their own wellness or an aspect of wellness or feeding for themselves? I'm thinking the answer is yes. I was just wondering about that. Would you like to comment, anyone, on this? Since they're going in every day and it's been a number of weeks already, do you think people in Gaza or some of them have actually begun to feed
Mark, could you
themselves?
please repeat the question?
No, about Gaza and people using the feeding system every day. Do you think they're becoming, or it's being assimilated into their structure? Again, it's like a training system in so many ways that they could bring. I think we just lost Alex.
I think they are, Mike.
Alex, he's dropped out on all of the systems. I think they are too. I think they're picking up an aspect of it. Let me share the screen. And I was going to play Dr. Gatwa's question that he asked, just to show that the Keshe Foundation isn't just one-dimensional. And that was about the overall assessment of what's happening in the Middle East. Alex is coming back in. Yes.
They taking those feeding, they should be acting like a magnet, and then that gets into transforming this area over there, and that's my hope. You know, so and my wish, I hope.
Right. I think they're assimilating this absorption of the energies that if once the system is shut off, because sooner or later it will be shut off, that they would be able to, in a way, some of them may, and we'll have to wait for the actual reports on this, may be able to provide themselves water or food or emotional balancing. It's inculcated within them by using the system every day. Alex, that was my question. I don't know if you heard it. I took the screen. Alex? I see you're here. Let's just see if I can see the participants. Okay, you have a microphone open.
Oh, I don't know what's going on today.
Yeah, no problem.
Particularly bad.
We can expect some of these things as the AI grows more mischievous, if that's the issue.
So I'm going to ask you.
Yep.
To ask a question.
I was saying the people that are using the system in Gaza for feeding, do you think some of them or a group of them are starting to assimilate this process within their own structure? So when the system is turned off, that they will still, perhaps not 100%, but still will be catching on to this ability to provide wellness to themselves in the understanding of absorbing energies for food or emotional balancing. We're going to have to wait for the reports on that, but I'm thinking that this system is actually inculcating this process within their own structure to replicate it after the system is turned off.
Yes, so definitely. The measure is this. Anyone who is involved with the system is enhancing their communication and the response to their intentions coming from the soul. And so it's elevating their abilities and their skill set. And also it's elevating their abilities to contribute. So that becomes automatic. Now, will they accept that in their physicality? That becomes another question. And how can that possibly be manifested? If, let's say, all of them in Gaza, for instance, are elevated, will that affect anybody else or anything else? So if you look at them being part of the peace dome of the world, they have transitioned from being part of the problem to being part of the solution. And that will definitely be conveyed to their leadership. And then that will also be directly conveyed to all those in nearness and proximity to them. Is it enough? The conditions are rough, very, very rough. So I think the challenge is there. However, the method of overcoming that challenge has now elevated by an order of magnitude. So the impact of that is going to be far greater than what we're getting at, shall we say, conventional conferences. As you said earlier on, we're not seeing the progress in the peace negotiating of the 5+1, although it's ongoing, still. But if we can get to a higher order of magnitude of energy transition and transmission, then we will be more effective. So that becomes an automatic process. We automatically then are seeking a balance to that. And this is not something that we just stop everything and expect. There has to be a delay, because we're operating in a delay of consequences in the physicality. The physicality has to catch up. In the old system, there was nothing to catch up to. They were looking at famine only. They were looking at the loss of medicine and everything else only. So now there are alternatives. And whether they acknowledge them in their physicality, they definitely have to acknowledge them in their plasma reality. So that becomes automatic. And so, yes, there will definitely be a residual effect. Thanks, Mark.
Right. And as I said, when you might have been gone, is that I didn't get to play Dr. Gatwa's question earlier. We had already gone late, and I didn't play the little clip, the importance of the emotion. But I thought we'd take the last 20 minutes and get an overview of the Middle East situation as of last Thursday from the perspective of Mr. Keshe. And I think you'll hear something in this short clip, 15 or 18 minutes, that you will not get on the regular medias, let's say. And just to show that the Keshe Foundation is just not one-dimensional, I thought I'd play Dr. Gatwa's questions for Mr. Keshe. Yes.
Hello, I'm sorry. I need I can annex little words. Actually, I think the more biggest test, more massive test for demonstrated for the all governments or the all people don't know the plasma technology is a situation in Gaza. Because I think extended all knowledge. Maybe the people don't consciously don't recognize that knowledge, acquire it and accept it. It's like when the U.S. tend to talk now, Alex. The U.S. tend the Dome of Peace. It's the same. It's plasma technology. Would you give it? All around that got it. Maybe the people consciously don't accept or don't know. It's actually in Gaza is a massive demonstration test for the power of the plasma technology. That's beautiful.
And it's going to be used in other situations, in earthquakes and other calamities. So this system is ready to go, I think.
And actually, take a test for demonstrated for the all governments about that. And of course, all around it is changed. For that reason, all the time, Mr. Keshe, okay. And the people say, what is this? It's only, and you wish it, and you, yes, you give, you soul. In all existence is only, is one energy and different range and different levels. And that's it. But it's the same energy. It's a beautiful power. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else want to add anything before we close here? As I said, this clip is about 20 minutes and it shows that the foundation is just not one-dimensional. Of course, Mr. Keshe sort of has an inside track in a way with his different connections to different governments and different security services, but he seems to have a much different view of what's happening there as opposed to what we see in the medias that we normally are accustomed to. So I thought I would play that, but of course, we want you to be proud of the work you do and to be proud of the person you are and to be proud of the difference you make. The Keshe Foundation thanks you all. And of course, we again just bring up these three kings because this is some sort of shielding, some sort of emotional balancing. If you're thinking good and speaking good and acting good, there isn't much that can, in a way, affect you. Even though some great people, I guess, do get cancers and other things and perhaps even to die from them. I know he talked about the C14 being able to cure or to create cancers. So, but I think this idea, which all the Christians missed, of the thinking good, the speaking good, and the doing good are quite powerful forces within our structures. Again, to keep emotional balance, to protection from certain diseases, and to bring wellness to ourselves, and perhaps feeding as well. I think these ideas of thinking, speaking, and doing actually attract certain cosmic rays than if you were thinking bad and acting bad and doing bad or speaking bad, let's say. So a totally different set of energies you'll interact with if you can. Again, it's easier said than done. If you've tried this, you'll find it out. But this is a beautiful shielding and protection overall for emotional balancing and others. And as we know, most of the conditions are created through our emotions. So by practicing and the advice of the three wise men, let's say, who brought the gifts to Christ, I think this is a benefit to all of us. And of course, we'll carry this, as I said earlier, across the universe with us. So thank you for being here and being part of this whole process. We're all bringing the change. We're all carrying a very small corner of this very large carpet. So we're independent, but yet at the same time, we're working together to bring the change. So we want to thank everyone for being here. And as these systems are rolled out, they'll be, I mean, these knowledge seekers workshops will be so full of people wanting to know more, exploring the technology, going to the store. So we'll have plenty of work to do with some of the newer people who are coming into the technology. And I don't think you have to start at the very beginning. If somebody comes in and wants to start at the soul level, that's quite perfect with me. And certain people may be at that level. So I'm going to play this clip and I'll put up the transcript. Thank you for creating the beautiful transcripts consistently. Another point I forgot to mention was that, yes, we had the third plasma traveler seminar. And this is just to say that you can donate to the Keshe Foundation and allow, even if you're not interested, but you'd like to see someone else go into perhaps the transmutation session, or perhaps something in the UBISO system, or perhaps attend a seminar that's coming up in Isfahan in Iran and Washington, D.C., you may want to make a donation generally and just put in there that this is for people to participate in the wellness or the other activities that the Keshe Foundation is sponsoring or is offering, and you become a sponsor of that. You actually become part of it, I believe, by just sponsoring it. So if you have additional funds, you're not able to attend, or maybe you're able to attend and would like to see someone else be able to attend, feel free to make a donation directly to the Keshe Foundation and just designate what you'd like it used for. And I'm sure there'll be a follow-up with it and applied appropriately. So let me bring up the transcript. We're going to go to right about where Dr. Gatwa comes in and asks a question here about the situation in the Middle East,
Mark?
which, yes,
Mark,
yes.
please extend the invitation for donation to the people interested in start a student in Arizona, in China, in Iran, because it's very, very important. Many new experts in plasma technology. Maybe, for example, I like that, but I can assist, but maybe I have money and donate for the guided people. It's possible go to for the students for 3 year students. And thank you for that.
Yes, yes. So here's the research teams, as we said. We covered this a little bit earlier before you came in, but you can make a donation to help sponsor someone that would like to be part of this research. And again, many people have quite a bit of money, although we do hear that about 1% controls about 90% of the funds on this planet. There's still plenty to go around. So if you're in that sort of position, where you can make a donation to help sponsor another individual, I'm sure that's the same sort of giving that we're talking about on the soul level as well. And you can do that in the dimension of physicality. And you will receive as well from that donation. I know it does sound funny. We think we get poorer when we donate, but it doesn't work that way in the plasma state. You actually become richer by giving. And this is another process that we need to understand. We always think the wealth is belonging to us, but really the wealth is in us. And this is where every man makes a mistake, as I understand it. So let me bring up the transcript. We'll go through this. Thank you, Alex. Thank you to the knowledge seekers as well. And we'll conclude with this, and then, of course, the final disclaimer. Any other thoughts or questions or comments anyone wants to bring? Thank you all. It's, as I said, Alex, with the systems Mr. Keshe has shown portions of, I mean, the vertical system, what he explained to us about the correcting this problem with the split souls, the wellness centers, the cosmic communication bundles, the CH4 for burning as well as for space travel, which is the main objective, the gold amino acids, cosmic ray material. Do you want me to go on more? I mean, we also have the material enhancement system. So to me, most of these systems are maybe in their infancy, but I think they're quite advanced and they're ready to come into the market. This is what Mr. Keshe is preparing, and I think we're going to see, of course, the Tesla car, which he's mentioned a number of times, whether it's Tesla or another electric car. I think it'll catch on across the board. So many of these systems are already been developed, in use, and have proved effective. Any comment on that, Alex? Even the rare earth materials, as he said, can be provided to governments directly from the Keshe Foundation. So I think a lot of these matter state systems, if we want to call it that, are not fully developed, but very, very advanced, past anything we've ever seen on this planet before. So to me,
Well,
yep, go ahead.
Yes, going back to 2011, we had a lot of excuses, but within the last year and a half, the book of excuses has been closed. We need to bring this technology in for everyone. If we don't do this, then we'll just carry on, and a lot of people are counting on that happening. But there are a lot more people who are demanding that this comes about because everyone knows that there's something wrong. And in the absence of a solution for them, the situation is very depressing. So it behooves us to get this technology out as rapidly as we can, so that the first thing that gets removed from this planet is this pall, this blanket of depression that is surrounding this planet because of the daily news that we're getting of all the hardship and suffering that is happening in other areas. We are all suffering, the same way. Our soul is suffering, and so if we can extend and increase our field strength this way, then this planet will be a better place for it. And so this is only going to benefit all of us. There is no exclusion here. It includes all of us. All of us includes all of us. That's the whole point. Thanks, Mark.
Yes, and what kind of splash would that make if we got involved or licensed the technology to the Tesla cars, that they began to hover and perhaps even feed you or provide an aspect of wellness and the rest of it? What sort of impact would that have across this planet? Huge. With one of the biggest splashes I think that's ever been made. That's why I think he's coming out with a combination of these systems being revealed simultaneously. He said we're going to release so much technology so rapidly at one point that it'll make man move away, or the nations will move away from this war and want to understand more about this technology. So
one thing that's very interesting about
yes.
the release of this, it's also flushing people out who have been working diligently to try and capture this technology and present it as if it was their own. And all that does is it contributes to the delinquency of this planet. It's just another form of stealing. So it's almost like there's a race to get credit. Who's the first one to bring out this technology? This technology is in the public domain. It has been, because we have been publishing now for 535 knowledge seekers workshops in a row. So that technology is already out. The fact that a lot of people haven't seen it is no, never mind. It is out in the public domain, and that's the most important thing. So by flushing these people out who are supposedly saying, well, our team has developed this technology and we're going to bring that out, they are now getting airtime. We're seeing them on YouTube, and they're showing new products, and they're saying, oh, how they're bringing the new innovation, and so they're actually contributing to the whole aura, of the emergence of new technology. So
I think so.
Yeah. So they're actually, in their own selfishness, they're actually contributing to the.
Good point. Good point. Yeah.
Thanks, all.
I guess by buying the Tesla Motors, the work of one of the darkest souls these days will be switched into the work of one of the brightest souls in these days.
Good point, Dirk. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I want to thank everyone again for being here. Thank you, Alex, and each and every one of the participants, the guests, and others. And we wish you have an amazing rest of your day. I'm going to play this clip and then the final disclaimer. The clip is about 20 minutes. And just to get an understanding of how Mr. Keshe sees the situation that they have us in a way on edge about in the Middle East, whether it's going to move forward, whether it's going to move into a peaceful condition. As Mr. Keshe said, we have to observe and watch, but he's given a very concise overview from his point of view, which is, again, much higher up on the ladder, let's say. His view is a little bit different, or a lot different than ours at this point, because he has a different view of things and travels in a way in different circles and has access to different knowledges with different governments. So I thought we would play this, and we thank Dr. Gatwa for asking that question, and then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. So thank you all again for participating and carrying on with this, again, foreign to most, but will be accepted by all. As he said, we have no choice but to understand and move into this knowledge. Thank you again.
Here, our Universal Council member from Kenya. And it's a bit long, but we will, I'll do my best here. He says, I'm sending my questions in two parts due to size. Part one, good morning, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for all your enlightening teachings over the last 10 plus years, and for your freely giving your plasma science and technology to the world in exchange for global peace. Now, a few questions. Background: reports by a highly respected geopolitical journalist claim that the Israelis' IDF recently sent an F-35 plane loaded with a nuclear bomb for an EMP attack on Iran, but the plane was shot down by the Russian Air Force as it left Jordanian airspace. Other subsequent reports claim that the Russian Air Force actually shot down 4 Israeli planes that were headed for Iran's EMP nuke attack. The said Israeli intended attack was in response to the Iranian retaliatory attack on the 13th of April against Israelis' earlier illegal attack on Iranian consulate building in Damascus that killed the 7 IRGC officers on the 1st of April. Okay. And part 2, other reports from India indicate that Iran recently unveiled a scalar plasma-based weapon that can shoot down stealth jets, including F-35s. All the above reports have caused some confusion, as some political analysts agree, while others disagree with the claims of the Israeli IDF having sent the nuclear bombs against Iran and the loaded F-35s downing by the Russian Air Force. My questions: what really happened? And if the F-35 jet or jets were shot down as claimed, how safe are the nuclear bombs that went down with them? And how safe is the world from nuclear attacks in the future?
There is a lot of claims, and there are a lot of counterclaims, and there are a lot of facts. You have to understand, if you listen to wider news last week about these attacks on Iran, we saw in Isfahan, we saw in Iraq, and we saw in Syria, were not targeted on Iran. These were targeted to bring the Russians into a bigger game. Israel was just pre-planned by the Americans to pull the Russians into the war. The reason, the defense technology and defense mechanism for all the three sides hit were provided by Russian anti-aircraft missiles and radar technology. They wanted to dismantle this radar technology that on the secondary attacks which Iran will retaliate will hit Iran, Iraq and Syria without any defenses. The target of this simultaneous attack on three sides was the Russian radar system and defense, which has been made responsible for these areas. And Russians have responded accordingly. It's not that the Russian hit the Israeli aircrafts, but the systems to defend Isfahan, nuclear centers, to defend the Iraq section and the Syria was part of the defense technology was paid for years ago. So intercepting these aircrafts was part of the design of the system. It's the defense system of Iran. It's the defense system for these locations, which is like Israelis buying Scud missiles from America and the Saudis, Iranians, and in these locations, these were bought from the Russia. So it's ultimately Russian technology, which is paid for defense and the Scud missile use. There are a lot of claims in what we saw. We have different understanding. Some of these attacks were done by the small remote drones, which the Israeli agents launched from nearby Isfahan. They did not come over land. The size of these drones does not allow long flights from Israel to Iran. So these are the Israeli agents which they work with in Iran, and they flew and they created this diversion. At the same time, their agents delivering these things. But in essence, what was, and then Iranian claimed they brought down a few drones, was in a way internally they have infiltrated Iran territory by their agents. And that's why they could not be detected over a wide range of the crossing. And those who flew for these as decoy were intercepted, delivered as was supposed to do. So the game of, you would say, Russians missiles brought down these planes is part of the Scud missiles of Russia defense technology, which is sold to Iran, and its job is to do what it did. But Israelis, with the cooperation with Americans, chose the weapons and the places to hit to bring the Russians into game, and it didn't work because Russia, China, and Iran were aware of such a thing possible, and we're sitting now with some damaged radar system which will be repaired in the next 3 to 6 weeks in all the locations. But the damage is these small rockets, these small drones within Iran was supposed to engage the Iranian defense system, that the rest will come from far distance, reloaded by Americans and the Israeli fuel tankers, but got intercepted, and we see what we see. We have come to a stalemate at the moment since this attack. Iran is not responding. They have made their marks. Israelis and Americans got to a stalemate. We have to see the next step. Where we saw destroying first alarm system and defense and radars has been part of the operation of the Americans. We saw it the first time in Yugoslavia, we saw it in Iraq, we saw it in Syria. They go to eliminate what we call the alarm systems, the defense system, and then once they do this, is the belly is up, they can do whatever they like. This time they cannot manage to do it. This was a joint venture by both Americans and Israelis, fueling overhead. The Americans were aware of it. They knew what's going to be carrying out and intercepted. But it showed a very big weakness in Iran national security space zone, and will be remedied very soon. Using what we call new technologies is on the card. We will see new defense systems, electronic systems will come into operation. American, for the first time a few days ago, showed what Keshe Foundation announced years ago. This part of our technology they use, but it's actually at its infancy, where we said the ships will be bathtubs and whatever. Americans tested a new system in Nevada very recently, in the past week, through Lockheed Martin, where they can paralyze all the electronics, what do you call it, computers and everything else in the building. There's no collateral damage, no man damage, but physically. But this is limited because it needs huge amount of energy, where we will show the counterpart of this very soon, where it brings peace, not another defense, where there is something I explained to our partners in defense very recently, past few weeks and days, and that is, does not matter what they make. F-16, F-35, F-1000, B-12 with this and that in it, delivering laser beams, laser fusion beams, whatever they call it. These are all matter of state. And to be able to deliver even this, what we call multiple point disabling the system like computers or whatever, needs a huge electronic system, huge system inside B-20, what do you call it, the B bombers. They replace it with these things, B-52s. With the new plasma technology, you build whatever you like, at what speed you like. With a flick of a button, plasma is much stronger than matter state, and they fly, they drop like flies. This is important to us as a defense technology in the space, as you call it, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago. Even a stone has a soul. In a deeper space, when we have a what we call asteroid, whatever, higher speed, stone, whatever, coming towards us, we don't hit it like the American tried a few months ago with a nuclear, trying to, a nuclear warhead or a bomb to derail the asteroids to coming toward the Earth. We elevate the soul of the stone in the expansion and dimension of the point of satisfaction. It's a different technology. And any man-made B-52, laser beam, whatever, is so low in field strength and the structure that is not a worry. One of our biggest worry is, and it's a strong point for our work, is whoever we give this technology to will become superior PowerPoint anywhere in the world. Chinese, Americans, Iranians, or whatever. We are negotiating for all to receive it at the same time. Iranians are a few steps ahead. They are testing. Chinese are testing. Americans are testing. In my meeting with the Chinese military, I explained to them, with this test last week, you're belly up. They can deliver on any ship in the east coast of China, paralyzing. But understanding the new technology coming in, you launch 1,000 B-52s with these machines on it. Flip of a finger, the whole atmosphere, environment within the United States can be neutralized. These planes will fly, will drop like flies. We give technologies. We discuss technologies with governments, but we are aware of superiority of one brings arrogance to them too. And this is part of the problem we have, especially sitting in Iran, especially sitting in Washington. The collaboration with them brings them an arrogance that they can beat the other. We cannot get the Chinese and the Americans on the same table. That collaboration brings prosperity. American financial structure does not allow this. Chinese military structure doesn't allow this, and there's a conflict in that point. Iran sits between the two. And we're trying to, but Iran becomes another arrogant point. In that point, when they carry it, they use it in the name of whatever false claim to be the guardians of God's will, and then that creates a problem. At the moment, for me sitting in this position, talking to all three forces has been a dilemma for the past few months. How to bring these three devils on the table that they all become angels. America sees, we used to have a empire of Persia. Then we had the British Empire. Now America is playing the game to become the world empire and all the nations. This is one of our problems. And we have the power to do. As we just heard recently in past few days, it's possible, very possible, that IMF moves on the United States to control their spending. Because they're just printing papers and nothing to back it. If any other nation in the world does this, we see if IMF comes, you cut this, you cut that. Americans do whatever they like. IMF is under their control. Now IMF speaks for the first time. You saw it very recently. If we can curtail this part of unlimited spending, because we are America, we're going to be a superpower. Whatever we spend, Vatican pays for. When we capture in China, the asset become ours, we pay when the result comes. It's very much like, as I said before, you know, you're running a new development, new technology, and say when it's marketed, we'll pay for it. We put all the money into research till it's developed and marketed. Americans, they call it, when our democracy reaches China, we get hold of their gold reserves and all their assets that will pay the debts to whatever we borrowed from. We're creating the war to get the money to pay for the war we created. This is the pattern of the Americans since World War I. And we're trying to divert this. We're trying to put an end into it. And the best person to bring an end to this is, what do you call it? The last defeated American president, because he'll walk into this policy. You will understand in the future what I mean. So it's not who and what was hit, it was what was the target of. They didn't go and hit Iranian centers somewhere, or like we saw in Syria, whatever. The attack of last week by the Israelis was directed directly to the Russians to bring them into play, and they failed to do so. And they received a warning from Chinese. Iran touched, China is in. Russia touched, China is in. And the almighty American cannot stand this. It takes less than 2 months boycott of material into America and receiving goods from America, that economy of the United States freezes. And the Chinese has set that up through different structures. You have to look at the bigger picture and understand what we were expecting that the Russians would get hit in this process. It was planned by the American, delivered by their proxy, Israel. And the hitting of, and what we saw, a small what we call drones, which don't have the capability to travel all the way from Israel. They were launched just inside Iran by their agents as a decoy. Was responded back, but it opened a lot of weaknesses in the structure of Iran national security, which is getting remedied very fast. But Russians were paid to do this as part of the Scud missiles. When the Saudis paid 100 million to the Israelis to provide them with the Scud missiles and could not protect them from the attack from Houthis from the south. In Saudi, they gave it back. Iran paid for this defense technology to the Russians. They paid for, they bought this defense system, and it was delivered. So now you understand where it comes from. It's not that the Russians kept, they were paid, we paid them years ago, and the whole of Iran nuclear defense. Iran is good in making scientists, the rockets and the rest. But Iran is very weak in defense technology. They've never developed it, there was a big mistake in the structure of Iran military. And they gave this to the Russians because it proven to be more effective, and what you say has been hit, it shows its effectiveness. But it was played. All three spots, Iraq, Syria and Iran, was targeted on the Russian radar system. And not on Iran or whatever. It was just to put them in, and it didn't work. It was a massive failure from the American Israelis for the next game. Now we have to see what will be the next game. Any other question?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.